Testing. Alright, because I could see that I already, right out of the gate, that I had a problem with my microphone. Okay, this is Tales of Xillia Part 8 for the PS3. Still playing blind. Then I did what I said I would do. I went ahead and gained some extra levels for Mila, with the assumption that when the other characters rejoin, they will be like brought up to the same level that she is. And so I leveled up all the shops. I leveled up Mila to the max. I was gonna go for level 80 initially, but then when I saw that I was getting diminishing returns in terms of GP for the Lilium Orb, I figured, oh, well, I'll just push ahead and just go for the end. Even at this stage, with the best weapon in the game, and, well, the best weapon that you can buy, anyway, and a maximum level, and their Lilium Orb, and all her skills activated and all that, she still can't kill all the random enemies that you encounter in one hit. So it's still not super easy, but at least I shouldn't have to struggle anymore, at least for a while. And as far as yeah, apparently you can't push beyond level 99 in this one, or at least not by default, perhaps. It might be best not to head this way. Okay, why? Was wondering what would happen if you tried, but...
Oh? What do we have here? So you lied to me? Or perhaps you changed your mind? Never mind. I am not so cruel as to interrogate you over this matter now. But I do have one question for you. Can you really trust these spirits? If you don't know the answer, then allow me to provide.
What, they're not the real ones?
Just as I have a mission, so too did you. At least when you were still Mila.
Muse, must you really tell her this?
My, you willingly participated, and yet now you wish to pretend it never happened? No one said that.
What's going on here?
My mission was the eradication of Exodus. And as for Mila, she was Lord Maxwell's bait to lure Exodus into the open. He realized that Exodus had designs to take his life. So he made you believe you were Maxwell in the flesh. And right on cue, Exodus threw all of its resources into killing you. Do you see where I'm going with this?
That's enough already.
Your mission, the one you felt so obligated to fulfill as Maxwell, it was a lie. A fabrication, to be more accurate. You were never...
Yeah, he's an old dude with a beard.
And furthermore, the four great spirits
looks nothing like her.
under Lord
The real one,
orders,
I mean.
They raised you, a human girl forged in the crucible of the elements, as Maxwell. They brainwashed you into accepting your mission, Mila. You were abandoned by Maxwell from the very start, and your trusted four have been using you from the beginning.
She speaks the truth. All of us have been lying to you.
That is why we plucked your soul free, just as it was undergoing purification.
We betrayed our very master, Lord Maxwell himself, for you. Though I suppose that gesture rings hollow now.
Indeed it does.
But Muse, Mila wished for us to live on.
She kinda grew on us, you know? Betraying her again just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
We refuse your offer of reincarnation. We are staying right here.
What?
So who's Muse in all of that?
I have a mission. Without it, my life has no meaning. I must complete it. I cannot allow you to live.
Like a robot, unable to carry her, it's the duty for which it was programmed. She's gonna start losing her mind. I like how she says, "That's enough," and then she slaps you on the head and you're stunned.
I'll rip
Ah!
you apart.
What happened?
Elemental him! Elemental him!
Are you meant to die here? All of a sudden, it's becoming a lot harder.
Elemental him! Elemental him! Okay.
Ah, I got her.
That was very close.
Hey, yeah, I'm at level 99, and it still felt, well, not really hard, but not as easy as I thought it would be. That's for sure. Mystic Emblem.
Why? Why do you disobey your master?
'Cause I want Mila back with us. She cared about me, so I care about her. Simple.
Simple.
We do not know if Mila will regain her memory. Most likely she never will. But even so, to us, she is still Mila.
It is not the past we spent together that truly matters. We have realized that much.
In other words, the most important thing to you is not the past, but rather...
Stop right there. Sheesh. You were about to say the oldest cliche in the book.
We don't want to die just 'cause we know too much.
Then why didn't you run?
Funny thing, we were fine with dying if it was for her.
We shall decide what we do from now on.
We shall follow our own hearts when choosing whether to obey or disobey our master's orders.
You think so too, right?
But memories are gone forever when they're erased. She will never be Mila again. Tell me I speak the truth.
Now there's the real one. Yeah, that looks more like the Maxwell I know.
The specter of Lord Maxwell, hegemon of the spirit world.
Do not be afraid. The Spectre is nothing more than concentrated consciousness. Its sole purpose is to purify the souls of the dead.
The answer to your question is negative. This ball of light contains a soul's former information. It is a miraculous art, able to restore memory and personality.
She didn't really have a personality to begin with. She was kind of like a robot.
Lord Maxwell, why was I never informed of this?
This isn't good. Lord Maxwell's gonna sense that we're here. Huh? He's not answering.
Why? Why have you stopped responding? How long must I wait until you answer me?
I do not know why, but it appears her communication with Maxwell has been cut off.
No! Why is this happening?
Hey, wait!
Calm yourself, Sylph.
We have more pressing concerns.
In the end, we did what we came to do. We have found a way to restore Mila's memory.
Carry this light to the summit of the Neokera Hollowmont.
Let's go to the summit of the Neokera Hollowmont. If we use the light we acquired, your memories should return.
There's a save point here. Is that the Hollowmont? That secret door that I noticed much earlier? Ah, yeah, okay. Huh, interesting. I heard a lot of voices coming from Neokera. I wonder if something's going on there. It's said that the singular passage connecting the human realm to the spirit realm is at the Hollowmont summit. They call it the Temporal Crossroads, and it's believed to have been created by Lord Maxwell himself. My brothers and I came to see it, but with all the monsters around, we couldn't get very far. They say that if you go to the mountaintop, you can cross over to the human world. In fact, the Temporal Crossroads is the one and only passage to the human world. Oops.
That was unpleasant.
I also unlocked the ability to cast arts from within in midair. Like she will not fall to the ground, and she's like up there, out of reach, so she is not disturbed. It's kind of cool. Specific.
That was unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Red lavender. No, I'm not fighting you while hanging from this thing. Not a chance. Okay, so what do we have here? Okay, so that's the way. Okay, that way then. I had to look at them.
This is it. We use the light here at the summit.
It's not the summit if the mountain keeps going further up. Or maybe you mean by that the highest we can actually climb on foot.
My powers are being summoned.
The signal is off the charts. It's Lord
The
Maxwell.
signal.
But who could he be fighting?
Mila should be fine now. We can leave.
All right, here
It's
we
over
go.
9,000! Yeah, now that there is not that funky green filter over the image, we can actually see that her hair is kind of like the reverse from before. It's more green
Your heart won't stop pounding.
with a little bit of
Now do you see?
blonde in it.
Ridiculous! Look at yourself, fool. You can barely even stand up. Do you really think you have the strength to resist me?
remember why I chose to die.
Yes, I do. I know that I do.
What did you say? This is impossible. You must die!
So what, this is what was happening while Mila was off?
Who? Just who are you?
Isn't that right? Mila?
Jude!
Okay, so if I had picked Jude at the beginning, I guess what's happening here with Maxwell would be making more sense. I guess you're kind of forced to play it twice if you want to understand the whole story.
I must be dreaming.
Mila!
Is this truly happening?
Mila? No way!
Yay, she's back. I'm back, friends.
Mila?
Is it not Maxwell's mission to protect the future for all of us, both human and spirit?
But how can this be? Was this the Four's doing?
Uncertain? Uncertainty makes you weak, you know.
Ah, there they are.
Are you all sure about this?
How dare you?
Okay, Jude. Let's go!
Right! Here we go!
Do I get to change? Ah, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, because I have a lot of stuff to catch up on now. Yeah, such as investing all the points that they have. And it's cool that they rejoin at the same level that Mila was. I wish more games did that. So that they're not completely useless right at the moment that they join. Come on, man. Yeah, this could take some time, sadly. Because I have to do that for all six, well, the five characters that just rejoined, is what I should say. Limit Fever. So that was a skill. Intelligence plus 21. Strength plus 35. The more you progress and the more these steps that you can do on the Lineomorph seem to be like very substantial. You gain a lot in one go. Dexterity 2. That's another increase. Although it requires skill points to activate. Agility 3. Alright, this should be the last expansion of the Lineomorph. For him, anyway. Strength 2. Intelligence 2. I'm a smart boy now. Psyche 2. I think it's the last expansion anyway. 56 points left. I wonder. Now 54. I'm starting to doubt it. I think there may be another level beyond this one. TP gain 2. Oh, well, yeah. Why am I doing this? There's an option to do it automatically. Silly. I forgot. Auto level again, yeah. Okay, there we go. This is so much faster. Why was I doing it manually? You hope it's the last. Hey, Dino! How's it going? How's your day? There, silly Rudy. There, it's much faster that way. Auto level. There. It just uses the points automatically to fill the spots, I guess. Much better. That was funny. Much better. Why do you say much better? Because you were not feeling okay before? Graduate channeler. Okay. Graduate. Alright, Lady Moore was expanded. Okay. You were alright, this just made me laugh a lot. Okay. Okie dokie. Grandmaster to be. Alright, that's it, all filled up. But now the skills I do have to activate manually. But that shouldn't take as long. Okay, Dexterity 2. Link Brigade, All Guard. Allows Magic Guard to lessen both magical and physical damage. I'm okay. I'm toasty at the moment because it's so hot out there. What's the temperature like in the room now? Yeah, 28 degrees Celsius. It's too much. I don't like the heat. But I'm fine otherwise, though. Step guard. Yeah, yesterday was the worst of it. We had temperatures up to 34 degrees Celsius outside. But because my room here is right under the roof of the house, it gets super hot in the summer. But I'm moving in 2 weeks though, so my apartment will be a lot cooler, so I won't have to worry as much about the summer after I've moved. Second arts. Snap pivot. What is that? A successful guard 5 seconds after a backstep will allow you to step around the enemy. Okay. Limit fever. TP will not be consumed while in over limit. Yeah, that's a good one to have. Fury Stoke. Performing a taunt will make you the focus of enemy attacks for 5 seconds. TP Bench Warmer. Recover TP gradually when not participating in battle. Restore plus. Recall. 40% chance of automatically reviving when KO'd. Hey, I want that. Life reversal. Slowly recover 50% of the damage last taken. Ah, that's good. But I still got plenty of points that I don't know what to invest in, though. TP Surge, HP Surge, yeah. TP Gain, HP Gain. Second arts, what's that? The following arts will change if you hold down the button when using them. Demon Fist, Healer, Cerebral Strike, and Steel. Singing Arts. Adrenaline Rush increases movement speed and quick step speed for 8 seconds after avoiding an attack with a backstep. Well, yeah, why not? There are things that you don't want to have activated because they actually make things worse. Like your hit's only dealing 1 point of damage. No thanks. Ah, okay, he's alright. Okay, agility, intelligence, dexterity, mind up, experience share, happiness, mind up, life up, happiness, experience share. Nah, but they don't need that anymore. They're level 99. Attack conversion decreases attack by 20%. Yeah, but yeah, see, this is the kind of thing that I don't want. I don't care for that. Defense conversion. No. Link Brigade. The more characters you link in single battle, the more experience you will receive at the end of it. I don't want that. Allows Magic Guard to lessen both types of damage. Yeah, minimum damage. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't want. Sustained critical. All attacks become critical during over limit. Yeah, that's a good one to have. Enables you to stack an extra charge and attack 1 extra time while charged. Charge Breaker. Hitting an enemy with an art while charged will break the enemy's guard. Speed Charge. Sustained Charge. Mind Charge. Fatal Opening. Your next combo attack will all be critical after avoiding an enemy attack with a backstep. Yeah. HP gain 2. TP gain 2. Limit Fever. Overextension, HP Surge. Ah, well, there we go. See, this time I'm actually running out of points to spend. Okay, there we go. Next, 3 more characters. Strength, Vitality, Agility, Psyche 3, Dexterity. I know this takes time, but it has to be done. After I've done it once, though, I don't have to worry about it anymore. They can remain the same. AC will not be consumed while quick stepping. Combo Siphon, recover. Yeah, well. Flash Guard. Casting Window. Linked arts can be initiated during the spell casting of a Spirit Art. Yeah, okay. Melee Gamble. Take only 1 point of damage when guarding against physical attacks, but receive twice as much damage when not guarding. No thank you. Tipo Master. Recover 2% more TP and 5% HP when taunting. HP gain 2. TP gain 2. Limit Fever. Overextension. HP and TP Surge. Those are good ones. Heal Share Plus. Reflective Guard. Auto Medicine. 30% chance of nullifying physical or magical ailments when affected. Huh. Oh yeah, why not? Recall Angel's Cry. What's that? 100% chance of automatically reviving when KO'd will only work once per battle. Hey! I want that. I need more points though. I need 7 more. Chicken Run. I don't know. 40% chance of automatically reviving when KO'd. Well, this kind of offsets the other one, so yeah, you don't need one if you have the other. Okay. Mind Up. Magic Guard, All Guard. Mirage Step. Casting Window. Mobile Armor. Avoid staggering during a free run. Oh yeah, why not? Chain Consumption. After using an item, you can use another one instantly without delay. Hey, that's a good one. Bonus Extension. Bonus Extension. Steel Psyche. Experience Reward. Sky Soldier. When attacking in the air, damage dealt to enemies increases by 25% and TP consumed decreases by 25%. Huh. Limit Fever, the extensions, HP Surge. Ah, well, I can't activate anything anymore. Okay, last one. Spirit 3. Life Up, Mind Up. All Guard, Mirage Step. Casting Window. Continue channeling. Double the power of a Spirit Art by holding the circle button even after the spell is cast. Yeah, that could be good. Reduce casting type by 30%. Yeah, that's a good one. Abrupt cast. You will not be able to use art tuning after a spirit art, but recovery time afterwards will be greatly reduced. Nah, if there is a downside to it, I don't feel like using that. Charismatic stance. Avoid staggering for 4 seconds after performing a taunt. Nah, they never taunt and I never control that character, so... Opportune moment. Time stops for 3 seconds after avoiding an attack with a backstep. Limit fever. The extensions for over limit. HP surge. HP bench warmer. Recall. Overclocked. What was that again? Spirit arts will do 50% more damage at the cost of 30% more TP. Well, he has a lot, but I don't want him to run out either. Spirit arts will consume 50% less TP, but do... Nah, no, that's the opposite. Avoid staggering when attacked during spellcasting. Yeah, that's a good one, because that means that he can be attacked while casting without getting interrupted. That's a good one. And now I'm 1 point short of using this one. Casting time when using the same spirit art consecutively during art tuning will be reduced by 50%. I want that, but I need 1 more point. Where can I save up 1 point? Throwing knives will travel a greater distance. I know, I kinda want that. HP restoration guard. Nah, no, okay, never mind. There we go. Okay. And their equipment. Ah, yeah, but true. I should have bought it in advance for when they would rejoin, because now they don't have the best equipment that they could have. But they should still be more than able to do well in battle, though. Alright, fighting time.
Everyone, there is nothing to fear. Even the great Maxwell.
How can this be?
Nothing is impossible with Mila. You were the only one that didn't see that, Maxwell. Demon Inferno!
Dark and cloud, come forth.
I love that she is able to cast in midair like that, so that the enemy cannot do anything. Well, technically this one can, but... What is he weak to anyway? Water. Okay. What if I use Undini? It should be good, no? Undine, sorry. Nah, she can't use it in midair though, that one.
Behold the power of the spirits. Light of the horizon.
Is he gonna use a spirit art? A mystic art, sorry.
Here we go.
Oh, he's dead anyway.
How can this be?
I heard a voice. It called out to me and said, Mila.
It's really you.
Yeah, back from the dead.
All right, not bad.
How did he level up? Was he not level 99 like everyone else? Oh, okay. My bad. My mistake. So they might need a bit more experience then.
Hey.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Elise. Leia.
She's back! For real, really real!
I feel
Her
blessed
voice
to have
sounds a
lived
little
long
bit
enough
more
for
human
this
now.
reunion to think that we would meet again.
This feels like a dream. But it's real, isn't it?
I'm glad to see
But
you.
can
too.
you guys bring me up to speed about what was happening with Maxwell there? Because I wasn't there.
Hey! Stay away from us! Or am I gonna have to finish you off myself?
I do not understand. The Four. Tell me, what is the meaning
Mila
of
is our
this?
friend.
I could no longer stand idly by and allow you to continue with this folly.
Right, exactly. So we decided to help Mila out and bring her to the spirit realm.
How dare you? I gave no such order.
Lord Maxwell, all people have hearts and minds, just the same as we do.
You can't just treat them like tools, even if it does help save the world in the end.
Maxwell, you may have been the one to give me my mission. Nevertheless, it was still my own mission.
You exerted your own will. And that was a decision that came straight from your own heart.
Yes.
The world you created seems to serve no purpose other than to exist. But what kind of life is that for its people? We all just want to live.
I suppose this is why I could not understand your actions. Human hearts truly are complicated things. Perhaps my ignoring that fact is what ultimately led me astray. I shall dispel the schism.
Are you serious?
Maintaining the schism requires a tremendous amount of mana. Dispelling it will disperse this energy into the world. That should protect the world's spirits. At least for a time, anyway. It will grant us a reprieve of a few years. Possibly even a few decades, at best.
Thank you, Maxwell. We'll figure out a solution. Both Riza Maxia and Olympius will live on together. We'll find a way. You have my word.
So, Maxwell, you would step down from your rightful place as this world's god?
Gaius?
Answer me, Maxwell.
I have grown weary of constantly being at the mercy of human hearts.
Maxwell.
If you wish to abdicate your throne as Riza Maxia's god, then I shall sit upon it in your stead.
A mere human to replace me as my equal? How absurd. You are not worthy at all.
It is not a question of being worthy. It is a question of actually being willing and able. If you cannot fulfill your obligations, then I certainly will.
Not so fast. I'm afraid that's not gonna work for me either.
It matters not. I don't need your approval.
Such power. It can't be.
What have you done? Another Lance of Kresnik? They were building their own, perhaps. Wait, what? Or is it the same? I thought we destroyed it.
What choice did I have? After all, you refused to tell me what I should do, now didn't you?
Muse, have you lost your mind?
I cannot allow you to destroy the schism!
Maxwell, you shall serve as the cornerstone of your own world!
What?
What is going on?
Protect the schism. My mission. Mine.
Release me right now. That is an order.
I'm afraid it's too late. You're always too late.
Muse, come to me.
How is he commanding her?
Are you prepared?
Whatever my lord wishes.
No! Stop now! You can't mean to unleash.
So many questions, explain!
Behold, Muse's true power. A sword that can slice through space and time.
I don't expect we'll meet again. Farewell, my sister.
You can't be serious.
Why are you doing this? Gaius!
For the sake of those who were killed, I will go to Olympius. And you shall return to Riza Maxia, where you cannot interfere!
Come on, you gotta be kidding me!
This is not good. How can we defeat this?
No! I can't hang on! Hang in there, Elise! Help!
I've got you! What can we do?
Maxwell, no!
Wait! What's going on?
Not another one!
Leave at once! This man is not worthy of the name Maxwell! We shall see!
Everyone brace yourselves!
Was that new one created by Maxwell? What is he? Okay, he is making an escape for us or something. Okay, it's kind of reminiscent of Chrono Trigger. When they get sucked up into a temporal gate or whatever. In front of the final boss.
Where am I? Mila.
Hey there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you feeling?
I'm alright. But where are we?
This is Balin's residence.
Who's that?
My cousin. You know, the one in Olympias. I could have sworn I mentioned him before.
So that must mean...
We made it to Olympias!
Okay, and that looks like our world.
Rise and shine. How are you feeling?
Not bad.
I'm fine. Balin, I presume?
Yep, aka the guy who saved your butts. Not that it was a dramatic rescue or anything. Running into you was pure luck. Feel free to shower me with gratitude, though.
Sure. Hey, Balin, don't we seem, you know, strange to you?
Maybe a little bit.
I'm surprised you recognize me. It's been 20 years.
That's Uncle's gun, huh? You should thank him for it.
It's a little tricky thanking the dead.
Oh, right. Good point.
Oh, right. Good point. The way he says it.
Your cousin sure is interesting.
He's an odd bird, even for Olympias.
You looking at my leg?
No.
Jude.
Don't worry about it. Childhood mishap. Calibration complete.
Balin, stop.
Why?
Hey, that's...
I didn't think folks from the other side would have seen one of these before.
A Spyrex.
Hold your horses.
Huh?
Life would be a drag without it. Literally. Oh, you're probably all starving. Why don't you mosey around while I whip something up? It's your first time on this side, after all.
Yeah. Ooh, jazzy music now. Can you look outside? The Legend of Mighty
Come on,
Geezer?
let's fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge here. You look really great, Rowan.
Why, thank you. I suppose it takes a gentleman of considerable years to pull off a look as splendid as this.
The Legend of Mighty Geezer? What's that?
Is it just me, or are we the strongest group ever?
Whoa, come on, Leia. You need to calm down.
No, Jude, you need to calm the heck up. Why can't you be happy about this?
I, for one, am moved by our achievement. I never imagined I'd be so strong at this age.
That is quite an accomplishment.
No icky back can stop you! I'm proud of you, Rowan.
Now you've done it all, huh?
Whatever do you mean? The legend of Mighty Geezer has only just begun.
See, Jude, you need to be more like Rowan. Get into the spirit...
Guards down.
What?
No matter how strong you get, you still drop your guard when you get excited. You need to work on that.
That whole act was just to catch me off guard?
Possibly. Oh, but I truly am happy to be this strong.
That's 1 point for Rowan.
Fine, I'll be more careful.
The Long Road to Greatness.
We sure are good. Don't you feel like we've mastered combat at this point?
I must say, I had no idea that the human body was capable of so much.
Yeah! At this rate, I could probably hold my own against my mom in a fist fight.
Yeah, but if she had her staff...
Oh, I'd be dead within seconds.
Surely that's an exaggeration.
Is your mom really that strong? I wouldn't say strong so much as invincible.
There needs to be a spin-off that's all about her mom.
10 average fighters in a single
She goes on an adventure to save the world by herself.
About a demon who walks the earth in Lorand. They say about 10 years ago, the demon wiped out a group of bandits that was giving even the army trouble.
Why don't they make a JRPG like that?
The bandits gave her some
A mom who goes around the world,
shopping.
whacks the bad guys around the head with a...
No kidding.
How do you call that?
still
The
have a long way to
pastry
go.
roll?
Human potential runs so deep.
Why can't I remember the English word for that? For crying out loud. A pastry roll. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, that's the word. Yuked out bazongas!
It feels like my body has become significantly stronger. What do you think?
Absolutely! You look like a powerhouse! I give your bod a 9.9! I wonder who's stronger now, you or Alvin?
I'm staying out of this.
Hooray! Mila wins by forfeit!
Goad me all you want. Pros don't fight battles they won't win. Besides, it's not like there was anyone taking down Mila back when she was physically weaker.
Alvin's right. Mila's power never came from physical strength. Mila's so powerful that she doesn't even need to lift a finger.
I appreciate the compliments, but I do wish someone would give me a chance to test my strength.
If that's what you're after, why not Tipo? He's got the same shape and texture as a punching bag.
Now that you mention it, he does look like he's just right for punching. Hold still, Tipo.
Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh! Mila's crazy strong!
Yoked out manalopes.
Your manalobe is crazy developed.
You can just look at her and tell that?
Yeah, totally. When you build it up, your face gets all defined and smart looking.
I have trouble believing that.
So you think my face is stupid looking?
No, I didn't mean it like that.
It is possible. I too felt that my face became more defined after I started channeling spirits. Perhaps the part of the brain that houses the mana lobe also controls the facial muscles.
Rowan, you're buying into this nonsense?
Then maybe the reverse is true. If we were to strengthen our facial definition, maybe our mana lobes would grow stronger.
That could very well be. Let's give it a try.
Tipo, you can't just lie to people all the time like that. Okay, I'm sorry.
I've never seen prank victims with such strikingly well-defined faces before.
Okay. Mila's return. Yay! Another skit.
Oh, it is you. I never forget what these feel like.
Stop it, Tipo. Let go.
No,
That
it's what you get for making
that
us
unforgettable
worry.
feel.
That's right. I want a hug too. Leave some room for me.
Even you, Leia?
No point trying to fight it.
Fine. I surrender. I'm sorry for what I put you all through. That includes you, Alvin.
That's really not necessary.
No need to be coy, or Mila won't let you into the group hug.
What, you plan on joining in too?
I don't mind.
Very well then.
And I'm out.
Reunited.
Is it really
Yeah,
you?
there's a lot
Do I
of
look
catching
like
up to
someone
do, I
else?
guess.
No. You're Mila, all right.
And yourself? You seem different from last I saw you.
Really?
A little bit. Looks like you grew up without me.
Could be. It doesn't change who I am, though. It's good to see you again.
Same to you.
Stress relief.
Are you getting tired?
A little bit. Things aren't the same as they used to be.
Hey, Elise, can we borrow Tipo for a sec? Huh? Give Tipo a squeeze. You'll feel better.
Oh,
anti-stress ball.
Good. Just the right amount of resistance. I could do this all day.
No, stop! I can't take anymore!
All the stress is drained through my fingers.
I know, right? It's crazy addictive. Oh no! He's gonna get all stretched out! I feel so violated.
Okay. Oh well, we seem to be at the end of all the skits. That reminds me. Oh, Rowan is only level 97. Alvin is 98. So they're not all at level 99 then. Still got some work to do. Right, but I can certainly update their equipment though. Please make yourselves right at home. Alfred's friends are friends of mine after all. If I could just get my hands on one of those, my world-changing invention would be complete. You there, if you can track something down for me, I'll pay you very well for your efforts. How about it? The thing I'm looking for is Navi Metal. With it, I'll be able to complete the greatest invention the world has ever seen. You gotta go, Dino? Okay. You have a good day. Take care of yourself. Unfortunately, I can tell you what it is. I can't risk tipping my hand to my competitors. Do I have some? No, I don't have some already. Gee, these buildings are so tall you can't see down below. Third floor. Who might you be? Is there something I can help with? Those apartments are a bit depressing. Not much light to speak of. I will never give up. The Otherworld reactor plan is absolutely essential for Olympias. Mr. Balin is a really nice man. When one of my spy rigs broke, he fixed it right up, but he talked to himself constantly as he did it. He is kind of weird like that. Oh, cutscene?
Did you hear they're planning to raise the Spyrix tax again?
It's all because of that Otherworld reactor plan thing, right? Honestly, what is the government doing? I'm sure everything will turn out fine on Rize whatever without our help.
So you think we should just leave them be?
Hey, nobody said that. We should pay their people fair compensation and promise to help them with their development.
Pay them with what, though? Our tax money? It's not like we're any better off.
Well, you'd hope the government thinks of something instead of digging into our pockets. Either way, someone's got to figure out this energy crisis, or we'll all be gone in a few years.
Ugh, I can't even worry that far ahead. I've got my hands full just worrying about today.
I guess you can't make everyone happy.
Must be nice to be so self-absorbed.
That's just how people are.
I'd be much more scared of a society where people were afraid to speak their minds.
Yeah, that's true.
An official at the Department of Otherworld Affairs Department of Otherworld Affairs lives here, so we often get people coming here to protest against the Otherworld reactor plan. They're always making a big deal about protecting human rights, but what about the human rights of the people who live here and can't stand all the noise protesters make? Mr. Balin's a really nice man. Well, yeah, okay, I already spoke to that woman.
Hey, you're using a Spyrix too.
You mean this?
Me and my grandma use them too.
Really?
My granddaughter and I both have a cardiovascular disease, and we've had medical Spyrixes implanted to help with them.
I bet it hurt really bad when you put it on, huh?
Yes, it did.
But you just have to bear the pain. 'Cause without Spyrix, we wouldn't be able to live normal lives.
I see.
You're so brave for being so young. Yeah, totally. My grandma always says that.
Thanks to the advance in medical Spyrix technology, we've been able to overcome our illnesses. We'll never forget what Dr. Mathis did for us. May his soul rest in peace.
Mathis?
That's the same as your last name, Jude.
Dr. Mathis is the one who created my Spyrix. But he died in a boat accident a long time ago.
This whole time, I only saw Spyrix as harmful. I never considered it could actually help people.
So what are we supposed to understand from that? That, his father comes from this world, so he's part from this world and part from the other? That would have been 20 years ago. No, they said that there was a tear in the schism that that divides the world in two or something.
This city is made of stone and metal.
This is the Olympian city of Triglyph. Welcome, visitors from Riza Maxia.
This lamp is casting light without channeling spirits.
Perhaps that cable is somehow conveying luminescent energy to that lamp.
How could they have possibly built a city this size without using spirit arts?
It's almost frightening.
Everyone here seems to be just like us.
Except for the part where none of them can channel spirits.
I wonder what sort of shape Olympias will be in when these young children grow up to become adults.
It's a whole different world, but the people are just like us.
It looks to be that way. So this is the world that Maxwell cut off and left to die. And yet, I can't help but want to save it.
We've had reports of a large-scale geological upheaval on the Ruzal High Road. One of my colleagues went to investigate, but he hasn't come back yet. Maybe the investigation is taking longer than he anticipated?
I can't stand to hear Balin prattle on like that.
Really? I find him quite interesting.
He's been that way since he was a kid. That's how I knew it was him right away.
He's strange, but he's really nice.
I know. Unlike me.
Nobody's saying that.
But watch yourself around him. He has quite a mean streak. Do something embarrassing and he won't ever forget it. He'll torment you with it till your dying day.
Like what?
If he told you half the dirt he had on me, I'd never be able to show my face around you again. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl.
You guys seem really close.
Well, I guess we were friends before he got all cynical.
Oh.
What's that? You jealous?
Absolutely not. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought I could jump down from here. I'm gonna get a new Spyrix for my next birthday. Okay, so they don't just use them to help people. Apparently giant monsters have started appearing in the Rusal and Turbalan high roads. The newspaper says they're mutations caused by humanity destroying their natural environment. Do you think that's really true? When I grow up, I want to join the army. Soldiers get to use Spyrix weapons. They're so cool. After working as a chef for over 60 years, I finally retired and left my restaurant to my son. But it's been a month now, and I still find myself thinking about food all the time. Lately, I've been hearing exciting rumors about a new dish called a croquette parfait. I'd love to try it, but I can't find one anywhere. Could you look for one for me? I think I have one. Thank you for granting this old man his silly wish. Now that I am retired, the one thing I have lots of is time. I'll be waiting right here when you're ready. This is croquette parfait. What a magnificent concept, what fabulous execution. In every bite I can taste the creator's years of hard work and passion for the art of cooking. I've been a fool, I should never have retired. A chef isn't truly a chef unless he dies in the kitchen. Thanks to you I've remembered the passion that inspired my culinary ambitions in the first place. Nowadays, grains and vegetables are produced in Spyrex-powered factories. If you try to plant fields of seeds the way people used to, you can no longer get enough yields to make it worth the trouble. Yeah, well, we're kind of at that point now ourselves, I think. Sadly.
This city sure is strange. Yeah, I feel like there's something missing.
There's no nature.
Indeed. I haven't spied a single blade of grass, let alone a tree.
I thought I saw some in that park up there.
Spyrex?
And there's a plant right there.
Because there aren't any spirits.
Exactly. As the spirits became scarce, all signs of nature withered with them. Olympias is in its death throes.
So this world needs spirits.
What was that?
Alvin, what does that poster say?
Support the Otherworld reactor plan. They were probably put out by a union of Spyrex-using merchants.
It sounds like they're really dependent on Spyrex.
You look like a deep-pocketed lot. Help us pull the plug on the reactor plan.
Tell me, old-timer, why do you need donations to stop the plan?
Filing official protests with the government isn't free, you know.
Phew! Did you take a bath in booze today?
What's the deal with this doll?
Count me in. I want to stop the Otherworld reactor plan.
Jude, wait.
Thank you, lad. Thank you.
I wonder how Gaius intends to stop the plan.
With Muse's power at his disposal, they could show up on this side at any moment.
That's true.
Someone's hungry.
No point in moping around on an empty stomach. Balin should have that food ready by now.
While you were out... the guy who sells mutton is back. Mutton, fresh mutton.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Go ahead.
No, after you. Mine can wait.
Why is everyone behaving so strangely?
A lot happened after you went away. It helped us grow up a bit. But growing up certainly doesn't solve everything.
I bet Alvin feels the same way.
I see. You humans mature so quickly. Then again, what adult with an ounce of common sense would hunt down Maxwell and pick a fight with him?
Well, the lack of common sense part.
That's probably your influence, Mila.
How dare you?
Mutton, fresh mutton. Mila's intuition.
Did Jude and Leia have a fight with Alvin?
Why do you ask?
Intuition.
Your intuition is on the mark as ever. I only heard about it after the fact, though.
Alvin tried to kill Jude, and he even shot Leia.
It didn't seem to be one of his typical betrayals. It was his actions that led to your apparent death. That must have been quite a shock to him.
That was probably true for Ivor, too.
They fought with Ivor, too?
We all did! He ran like a frightened bunny! We finished off Pressa and Agria, too!
Though that, too, was a painful conclusion for Alvin and Leia.
I see. Now I understand why everyone's changed so much.
I was about to say, I do regret that you don't get to see the scenes that took place while you were away or something if you pick her, because it's kind of hard to make sense of everything that's been happening off to the side, I guess. But at the same time, they give you skits. Like, it makes sense that she would want to know what happened during her absence. And they do, and they let you in on it, so that's good, I think.
From the nature to the culture, everything on Olympia seems so different. This is your homeland, right, Alvin?
Yep. The source of the Spyrex you hate so much.
You don't sound too happy about it. Didn't you want to return here more than anything?
Well, I thought I did. I wonder why I wanted to return to this doomed world.
It is true that its spirits have withered and its plants and animals are disappearing. But Olympias isn't over yet.
The people here brought this upon themselves by using Spyrix. You aren't even the real Maxwell. Do you really intend to save humans like that?
Well...
Yes, this is a human problem. And as you know, I'm quite fond of humans. Whether I'm Maxwell or not is beside the point.
I see. Glad to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, they all equipped the stuff that they purchased.
The letters in the Olympian alphabet seem quite similar to the ones we use in Riza Maxia.
They're fundamentally the same. Get used to the cosmetic differences and you'll be reading fluent Olympian.
Okay, innocent guard, tactician's coat, blackmail, rose dress. Right, I need another for Jude. That's not the one that's in there. There we go, lightning guard. Innocent crest. Rose ribbon, but I'd like a circlet for her. The best one that she can equip. Elemental circlet. Okay. Wait, I'm not done. The black helm. Tactician's hat. Is there a helm that would do better for him? But you know what? Hold on, it's the old man I want to look at. Okay, he has better art defense than physical defense anyway, so he does need something that will boost his physical defense more, I guess. Wait, I didn't want the star helm for Jude. Hello? No, this is what I want, yeah. I'd rather him having more art defense if I have to choose. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, I think now they all have the best stuff that they could have. And now I guess I can sell the stuff that I won't need. Holy coat. This, and this. Okay. Well, I think that's it.
Wow, that's quite a loadout, Elise. With gear like that, you don't even need Tipo.
Hey, watch it. What she doesn't need is crazy talk like that.
It may be an undeveloped land, but the other world still has people living in it. I don't see how we could possibly justify sacrificing their lives to our benefit. A noble argument, but I'd be more convincing. It'd be more convincing if it weren't from someone who can't survive without her Spyrix air conditioner on all the time. The new Spyrex designs are really cool. I wish I hadn't bought a Spyrex just a few months ago. Is there any way I could justify buying a new one? If you can trade it in. This I don't need. No, I want to buy new accessories. That's enough selfishness from you, young lady. We can barely even afford food and rent the way prices and taxes are rising these days. Don't tell me about it. There are better boots than those that I currently have for everyone. Okay. Mutton, fresh mutton. Head for Balan's apartment. I'm supposed to go back. With all the talk about military action and energy crises flying around lately, society has been falling apart. Around here, normal people who don't carry Spyrex weapons are known as shadows. Now there's a group of hooligans calling themselves Shadow Stalkers who stalk and rob them. In response, I've decided to form a self-defense force and stalk the stalkers. Will you help us? I tracked the Shadow Stalkers back to their hideout it's on the Torbalan High Road near Triglyph. It's up to us to protect ourselves now. Let's go get them. I've never been to the other world or anything, but if they really do have extra energy, they should split it with us. In exchange, we could teach them how to make Spyrex. I bet they'd really like that. Nope, they probably wouldn't. They've been fine without them. This storm isn't a natural phenomenon. It seems to be connected to the temporal abnormalities that have been observed recently. This reminds me of what happened to the Zenithra. Weren't there reports of a similar spatial abnormality when that ship disappeared? Meow. Well, I guess that's everyone. I know, there's another quest. And a shiny. 20 years ago, a giant ship named the Zenithra departed from the sport with hundreds of passengers on board and was never seen again. My sister and her husband were on it, leaving for their honeymoon. You idiot! You'd better not pull anything like this ever again. Come on, boss, there's no need to get so upset. I'm sorry I made a deal without telling you, but it did bring in a lot of profit. It's not a matter of profit, it's a matter of responsibility. Well, I take full responsibility for my actions. If you don't like them, you can go ahead and fire me. That's not taking responsibility, that's just hubris. Did you ever stop to think about how your decision affected the other employees? Well, we may be a small company, but I consider my employees and their families with every decision I make. They follow my instructions because they trust that I'm aware of my responsibility towards them. If I allow you to do whatever you wanted, it would destroy that trust. Sorry, I don't really get it. Yeah? Well, you'll understand someday. A day will come when you'll have to make decisions while bearing the burden of true responsibility. I don't get what they're talking about. Old people always get angry with younger people. Are they jealous of their youth? I can appreciate what the merchant is saying. Making decisions with the full weight of responsibility behind them is extraordinarily difficult to do. That's what you did on the battlefield, isn't it? Indeed, with people's very lives at stake. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been. And of course with more than my share of doubt and regret. The most important thing, Jude, is to face your challenges head on. Right. Mutton, fresh mutton. That's the way I came from. We should go back to Balance Place. Okay, we're not allowed to leave yet. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me not to read this word and think of that game that was on Switch and other platforms, Balance Wonderworld or something like that. That kind of flopped. That Yuji Naka game, published by Square Enix.
Heading out?
I'm off to Helioborg. I hear the results of some new Spyrex research just came in.
Oh, right. You did say you were an engineer.
Well, hey, Balin buddy, where's our chow?
I put together a real nice spread back in my apartment. Feel free to dig in.
Thank you so much.
If you don't mind me asking, where exactly did you find us?
Out past Helioborg, where I'm heading now. You were sprawled at the foot of the hill on the other side of the complex.
Thank you.
No problem. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.
It was on the second floor. Yeah, also I have a hard time to believe that this is the second floor, seeing how high we are. Unless the base of this building is much higher than the others, like atop a cliff, and you see the other buildings that are down the cliff or something. But it doesn't make much sense.
So, what's everyone's plans from here on out? If we head to that spot Balin mentioned, we might be able to get back to Rize Maxia.
Oh, I see. That's why you asked.
Although, I'm not planning to leave until I find a way to help both Rize Maxia and Olympias.
Is there any way we can help?
Of course. I doubt I could figure things out alone. Just having you here would be a huge morale boost.
We mustn't underestimate the circumstance, though. We must contend with Spyrex devices, the Otherworld reactor plan, and even Gaius.
That's why you want us all to decide for ourselves.
Try to head back home or figure things out here, huh? Wow, that's tough.
I realized something once we landed on this side. We can't eliminate Spyrex from Olympias, but we still need to get rid of the schism. It's a real conundrum. I want to figure out what I can do about this.
Is Tipo drinking tea too?
I won't agree to anything that hurts my own people.
But we need to find something to help the spirits as well.
I have something to say. If we can't eliminate Spyrex, then I will take the extra effort to watch over and protect the birth of new spirits, so their numbers stay intact.
But that means...
Spirits are another part of nature's cycle, just like humans. I will find a way to support them both.
You sure about this?
I've thought long and hard
It's
about
it's genocide of
If you're convinced
spirits
we can't get rid
of spirits
Spyrex,
though.
then I won't argue. But we can't waste time debating this. We need to head to Helioborg.
She's got a point. Any place working on Spyrex research is probably involved in the Otherworld reactor plan.
Can I get answers from everybody by the time we get there?
Okay.
Is my role to offer support, or is it to lead?
Okay, head through Torbalan High Road to the Helioborg Fortress. I bet that Navi medal that I have to find is somewhere on that road. Wait, not that way.
What's happening? Helioborg is under attack! What?
You should turn around and leave. It's not safe here. I just don't understand why anyone would attack the Spyrix Research Center.
Who's behind the attack?
We have no idea. The attackers were using calculatrix without Spyrixes. How is that even possible?
What's that?
Spirit arts produced using Spyrixes. If the attackers didn't need them, I think we know who they are.
Sounds like Gaius is already making his move.
People with mana lobes.
Let's go. I want to make sure Balin is
From
safe.
Riza Maxia. Alien encounters.
It must be shocking for the Olympians to see us using arts without Spyrix.
Not so much shocking as terrifying. To us, it's as if you have supernatural powers.
But in a lot of ways, it's Spyrix technology that's more powerful.
People fear what they cannot understand. That's why we're so quick to discriminate against other races and cultures.
Alvin, were you scared when you first came to Riza Maxia?
I was. The people seem like monsters to me.
And how do you feel now?
Now? You know. Some are good, some aren't.
I'm glad to hear that.
It sounds like young men from Olympias start out quite naive.
And old men are condescending no matter which world they come from.
A long way home.
So how far is Olympias from Riza Maxia? It really isn't about distance. They're, like, separated by an impassable wall. Oh, I know. Rize Maxia and Olympias are about as far apart from each other as men and women are. An impassable wall? Does that mean we can never go home? I won't be able to see Drusilla again?
That's horrible.
No, it'll be okay. After all, we're all together. You have Mila, Jude, Rowan, and even Alvin. You know they'll figure something out. That's true.
You're here too, Leia.
Yeah, but it's not like I'll be any help. That isn't true. When you're here, everyone's happier.
Let's all go back to Rize Maxia together.
Okay, it's a promise.
Okay. Is that it? Well, there are plants here, just not many.
What a dreary landscape.
Bandits? Was that one of the sub-events? Ooh, different music.
You did well, Elise.
Oh no, it was nothing.
No need to be modest.
So am I supposed to report this one? The ship of our world, mission failed. Oh, you can miss some of that stuff? Oh. Yeah, okay, I see. Before going to, the point in the story where Mila dies, I guess. You must make sure that you have completed certain quests because they become unavailable after that. Yeah, well. Okay, underway. Report to the vigilante in Triglyph. Ah, yeah, the guy by the harbor. Yeah, I see.
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge here.
You just reminded me, actually, that I need to put the old man in the party if I want him to catch up for his, missing experience. Because these guys are already at 99, so they don't need experience anymore, but these two do. Well done, we made excellent progress today, but it's still not enough to restore peace to this uncertain world of ours. To do that, we'll continue to need the help of upstanding citizens like yourselves. I gained the mystery mask. Mystery mask? Huh. I'm not sure which one I prefer. For her with the, how do you call that, bangs? She has a school backpack, pipe. Ah yeah, she has a mustache and a pipe. Backpack, sideburns. Ew, that's pretty ugly. On her. Elf ears, bushy eyebrows, headband, hairpin, mystery mask. Okay, that kinda looks like a mask worn by a villain in a famous swashbuckling action play. Adds an aura of mystery to the wearer. I was gonna say this is the kind of thing that a sex worker would be wearing, but she's Dagger. Yeah, that's the one that she had equipped before. Okay, let's set this one back.
These tight, dark spaces always get me a little spooked.
Ah, I missed this. A monocle. Aifread's legacy.
Is this another one of Aifread's arcs? What's it doing on Olympias?
There are words appearing on
Hey
it.
RNG, how's it going?
My name is Aifread. I'm an explorer seeking a foreign world known as Riza Maxia. When I depart for it, I will gather the treasures I've collected in my adventures on Olympias and place them in arcs near my hometown as a gift to the next generation of adventurers.
Huh. So Aifread was an Olympian.
He must have found some way to cross the schism to Riza Maxia.
Yep,
And
doing
they
all
never
right.
made it
How about
back to
you?
Olympias. Never figured there'd be someone else besides you guys crazy enough to go running off to other worlds. Well, let's pay our respects to our predecessor and help ourselves to his loot.
Sleepy as always. I haven't slept well either, but that's just because it's super hot at the moment. When it's anything over 24 or 25 degrees Celsius in my room, it becomes really hard to fall asleep. And it should be better today, though. because the temperatures are falling, and then we should get thunderstorms in the evening, so that should cool things down a bit. Yeah, here too. Same thing. It should be over now, though. The coming days should be better. It was really just 2 days that were particularly hot.
Please provide support.
Whirling Who's next? Who's next? My will shall lay our path.
Mm-hmm. It'll be hot all of this week for you guys. I'm not quite sure about this, but normally the temperature shouldn't be too high. Oh, is it raining at the moment? It says showers. Hold on a second, because my cat might want to come in if it is indeed raining. It says only 18 degrees Celsius outside right now, so it's not that hot. And we should get thunderstorms pretty much all week, and no temperatures higher than 25, which is a perfect. It's what I need. Okay, the weather app on my phone says it's raining outside, and it's not raining at all. Or maybe it was raining like 5 minutes ago, and it stopped, and all the water is already evaporated because of how hot it was. Because it did rain a little bit this morning, but the rain evaporated practically as fast as it touched the ground. It was not nearly as hot, though. Soundtrack is jazzy now. Yeah, it's been enjoyable so far. I seem to be getting closer and closer to the end now, apparently. Hunter's Monocle. My characters don't need grind anymore, so I can just relax and enjoy the rest of the game at this point. No need to worry about anything. There's a lot of exploration to do. Probably a lot more so than in any other Tales of game I played before, I gotta say. Maybe Tales of Arise, the latest one, is even more like that, I guess, as things move more towards open worlds, even in JRPGs in general. There weren't really any JRPGs that I can think of, at least on PS3, that were really open world. It's more in that style when it is actually open and not just a long hallways like in Final Fantasy 13 or something. Usually more self-contained areas so that they could pour as much detail into them as possible. Of that generation, the most open world RPG that there was probably Xenoblade, and that was on Wii. At least it's the one that I think back on, but then again, I haven't played all of the JRPGs of that generation either, so I don't know, I can't tell.
Where is everyone?
A Spyrix casing.
This looks like a storage space for Spyrixes, but the contents are destroyed.
Did Gaius do this?
He was not very thorough, he didn't even attack the other containers.
Whoever it was leveled the larger facilities and warehouses, but left the other buildings intact.
You've played very few Tales games, but you've enjoyed them a lot. This one seems to have a more serious tone than the rest of the franchise, I have to say. It's still a bit quirky and has that anime humor a little bit in it.
Mila, we should hurry and look for Baron.
If anything, it's maybe a bit more adult. I guess that's why the rating is a bit higher for this one. In Europe, games like Vesperia, for example, Tales of Vesperia, have a rating of ages 12 and up, and this one is for 16 and up. Or that's what it was rated anyway. Which is that one for the DS that never left Japan but had an English patch released. There exist two on DS that have an English patch available. Tales of Innocence is one. And then they made a patch for Tales of the Tempest as well, but that one, in my opinion, was not quite as good. And then the third DS game was Tales of Hearts. They were gonna make a patch for it, but then there was an official English release for PlayStation Vita that released. And so they stopped developing the patch for that one. So I bought that game with the intent of playing it one day in English, but I never did for that reason. I have Innocence and Hearts on Nintendo DS. Hearts had two versions, one with CG cinematics and one with anime cinematics. I went with the traditional one, the anime cinematics. Innocence was the white-haired guy. Yep, yeah, that's the one. What was his name again? I won't be able to remember. The guy that's super shy and gets bullied a lot by his friends at the start of the game. He's a bit of a wimp at the start of the adventure. Yeah, I played that one and I finished it.
I can't believe the size of this facility. Everything in Olympias is so grandiose.
It's like a
yeah, that's his defining trait, so it's kind of hard to forget. Well, that one was released on PlayStation Vita as well, apparently. But was it released in the West? I don't know. But there was an enhanced remake on Vita of that one. That and Tales of Hearts. And Tales of Hearts is definitely available in English. Innocence, I'm not as sure.
Age breeds greater experience.
But I never got a PlayStation Vita, so I never got to play these games. If I find a way to play them someday, I might. Since these versions are kind of like the definitive versions now. Yeah, Innocence was good gameplay-wise too, because you had the free run of Tales of the Abyss in it. It was pretty high-end for the DS, I would say. Didn't look bad at all on that tiny screen. Yeah, me neither.
A fantastic victory. I
had a 3DS and that was more than enough for me at that time. I already couldn't buy all the 3DS games I wanted, let alone buying for an extra console. Don't tell me you guys are going further in. You don't look like you work here. The automated defenses are going to come after you, you know. What do you think is happening outside? I don't know which scares me more, staying in here or going out there. A prescribed land, concealed within a shell, never to be touched, never to be spoken of. A primeval world, never to be touched, never to be spoken of. Man must shun it, spirits must be ever silent, its secrets thou must keep. Is there anything else on the bookshelves? Because sometimes they hide objects in the scenery. Oh, there was one here. And it doesn't always shine either. Okay, yeah, it's that way.
Help me.
Are you okay?
Thank you. I think I'll be okay now.
This place seems deserted. Do you know where everyone went?
Some people got out early. I don't know about the rest. It was pretty chaotic.
Did you see the attackers?
The soldiers hit us like a wave. They were led by some guy with a giant sword and a flying woman.
Well, that settles it.
A flying woman? We know who that is.
They told us they'd destroy every last Spyrix, then they ordered us to retreat.
Sounds like something he'd say.
Wait. He can't be. Gaius must be planning to eliminate every Spyrix in the entire world.
Just to stop the Otherworld reactor plan? Isn't that a bit extreme?
No, it's a sound plan. Olympias' situation won't change as long as it has access to
But lots of
Spyrix.
people depend on it to
Even if
live,
the
though.
current plan is halted, someone else will eventually come up with something similar.
By eliminating Spyrix, Gaius is going right to the heart of the two-world problem.
Sounds like a lot of work. But if Gaius is anything, he's determined. Damn it. That puts Balin in danger.
Excuse me. Do you know anything about someone named Balin? He's a Spyrix engineer.
You might find him over in the Spyrite Research Wing.
What?
Officially, it's called the Military Research Wing, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Those freaks are probably still wreaking havoc over there.
I'm sure he's okay.
Don't worry about me. You just worry about Gaius.
Yeah, but still...
You already have enough on your plate. Your job is to keep moving forward, remember?
Right.
We don't have time to worry right now. The sappy stuff will have to wait.
All right, thanks.
So where's this military research wing anyway?
Just ahead. If it's still standing. Be careful.
You too.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
Save it, I'm fine.
Which way? Dingy puffball. Hero's hat. Resistance symbol. Black Pearl. Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay, what do we have in here? Ah well, let's fight.
Prepare yourself for Rowan Ilbert.
Oh well, they're weak against water. That's good. They rust, I guess, under the effect of water.
No brakes? No brakes? You okay?
I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me.
If you say so.
Ah, I got Navi Metal. That's the item that guy wanted for that side quest. Or maybe I already got some before, but this is the first time I do this anyway. This is the express elevator for floors 10 and up. 10, error, error, error. Okay. Maybe this is where I'm supposed to come eventually.
Tipo, are you okay?
Yep, I'm all okay.
Navi Metal. Well, it doesn't seem to be rare at all. I keep getting it. I'll finish exploring the rest of the map for now. And I should probably go back to deliver that medal to that guy then who wanted it. Damn, this is big. Rizal High Road, South Region. Heavy treat. We need to get to the research wing. Okay, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay, well, I've explored the entire area then. Let's get back to town. Mutton, fresh mutton.
I'm gonna lose my edge here.
That mutton salesman has been traveling between worlds to sell his finest mutton to the entire universe. And he's always there wherever you go. You can't escape mutton. You did it. Now I'll be able to complete my invention. Since you've been instrumental to my success, I'll let you in on a little secret. My invention is the Invention Inventor. Okay, I'll pay your reward as soon as this invention inventor invents its first world-class invention. I got a Krona symbol. Okay, was that all the sub-events that I had going on in that parallel universe, or whatever you want to call it? Punish the Poachers, the Wandering Youth, the Elder's Plea, the Sad Salesman. Was there another quest I was supposed to fulfill for someone? I can't recall. I don't think, looking at the list, I couldn't find any. Oh, what was that, by the way?
So this entire city is powered by Spyrex.
Yep. This world turns by stealing energy from spirits. Olympias has been doing that since ancient times. That's why it's rich in spirit fossils and little else.
How can everyone be so calm about killing spirits? With so many spirits gone, even nature is starting to disappear.
Olympians don't know that spirits create nature, or even that they're alive to begin with. All they know is that the primary energy source is drying up.
Yet they're not doing anything about it.
We've progressed this far by relying on Spyrex. We can't remake our society overnight. Could you immediately stop using spirit arts if someone told you to?
No, I don't think we could. Riza Maxia couldn't exist without humans and spirits working together to cast spirit arts.
Symbiotic coexistence, huh? Must be nice. Maybe we Mana-lobeless Olympians are simply destined for extinction.
I do suspect that was the destiny Maxwell originally had in mind. But I have no intention of adhering to Destiny's plans.
I envy your strength.
If you have time for envy, you have time to act. With your actions, this situation can change.
Change the entire world, huh? That's not really my style, but maybe just this once.
Okay. Mutton, fresh mutton. Well, no, I guess these two guys with that green icon from before, they're gone. There may be a quest available at the end that I did not find before, though. I should probably check, just in case. Triglyphs' limited edition whiskey, Ex Machina, is what whiskey and drinkers know as a silent spirit. But really, its lack of flavors is precisely what makes it so distinctive. Okay. I know, there's no quest, okay. Love that fast travel thing. I wish older Tales of games had that. there was a shiny there outside that I had not spotted before. Okay, black egg. No, that's not the room with the elevator. It's this one. Okay, 10th floor then. Skill tome, widened limits. And there's a salesman. Giant fish fin. Oh, nothing here. Nothing here. A researcher named Balin? Sorry, I don't know the guy. It's nice of you to visit and all, but this isn't a great time. You'd be better off just going home. Croquette bun. You guys are searching for someone? In that case, you should bring some of our supplies with you. Talk to the man over there and he can get you whatever you need. You'll have to pay for them, of course. Happy hunting!
We'll never find Balin or Gaius at this rate.
Let's look somewhere else.
Hold on.
What is it?
This confirms it. They created a spyrite with the information Exodus gave them. Something called Volt.
Interesting.
So Gilland really was trying to save Olympius with spyrites.
What? According to this, that spyrite thing was powered about a half an hour ago.
It sounds like it was one of the reasons for the chaos that transpired.
Is it gonna blow up the entire power grid or something?
Exactly, but it
Volt.
looks like it climbed to one of the floors above us. What do you think?
It might be worth checking out.
Why do you say that?
I don't have any proof, but I think Gaius might have activated it. If he did, we should find him nearby.
But what would be his motive for using spyrite?
I have the same question. I think it's important we get in contact with him.
Jude, it's not that I don't want to meet him. But if Gaius is dead set on destroying all Spyrexes,
He's our enemy.
I doubt he'll listen to anything we have to say.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If that's his plan, then I'll just have to stop it.
You say that now, but we all know how much you respect him. Just as you respect Mila.
Please, Rowan. There's no need for this.
You sure you won't back down in front of your hero, kid?
Hey, Jude doesn't need a lecture from you.
Yeah! Who died and made you head honcho?
It's okay. I do respect Gaius, but it doesn't mean I have to follow his path. I can create my own. Otherwise, I'll
Who's
never
the
make my
real
own
big bad
decisions.
villain in this game in the end, anyway? There doesn't really seem to be any.
Well said.
The antagonist seems to shift like every 10 hours or something in this game. Loot leader. Event list updated. Yeah. Yeah, no. That's it. Got all of them.
Hey, who turned out the light?
What did I tell you? It's Volt. He did it.
The base's power went out.
Let's proceed with caution.
Huh. I mean, if it is taking place in the modern world, it makes sense. They would use Volt to put out the power and cause chaos. Looks like the power is out. Ah, yeah, that's another elevator. Ah, well, I didn't see I was running into this one.
Here we go.
Right. Who's next?
No time for a break?
Please provide support. Rolling assault.
No time for a break?
Please provide support.
And that's a wrap.
They recycled the same design they had for another room in a different location with the same puzzle. You have to pull the crate here, and you have to find a chest inside. They recycled them now, as if a PS3 Blu-ray could not hold more rooms or something. Yeah, but that costs money to produce, though. That's the problem.
I'm not afraid of the dark. Do your worst.
We're counting on you, Elise.
I'm still scared! Hey, get off me. You can't hide.
Wait. There's a separate door here. It looks kind of important. The roof. Ah, okay. Yeah, this could be where I'm supposed to go. Hold on, because I wasn't done exploring this floor. Which way did I come from?
Keep on.
Here we go.
Rolling assault. Ready?
Got it.
Right.
Finish them off.
Please keep going.
Well done, Alvin.
All in the line of duty.
Naturally.
Fourteenth floor. Wait, what? You can't move this one? Okay. Huh. Or do you push it in, this one, then? I mean, yeah, I know you can't do anything about it. Ah, no, never mind. You can push it. Oh, weird. It seemed to get blocked by something as I was trying. Okay, well, no, never mind. The solution to the puzzle is a lot more straightforward that way, then. Ah, wait a second. No, no, no. Ah! Circle. Circle button. There we go. Mysterious jewel. Okay then. Should save also, because it's been a while since I did. In fact, I don't recall doing it since I started playing. Ah yes, I did. I did save before. Yeah, Turbulent High Road, North Region. Oh yeah, half an hour ago, or so. Ah, there's Volt. No?
That must be Volt.
Anyone else all tingly?
It appears to be a spirit that can control lightning.
It doesn't seem to be tethered to a human the way Celsius was to Gillen.
So you're saying it's out of control?
We won't get any answers until we calm it down.
So much electricity.
So much sound and light!
So what? That's not enough to stop us. Got it.
Yeah, it's weak to water and ground. Ground type moves. Like in Pokemon.
I'll handle it.
Ready?
Got it.
Ow! Heal us! Ah, well, it's dead.
Okay, we finally stopped it.
Everyone all right?
Yes, somehow.
All the electric shocks may have helped my blood circulation.
Always look at the bright side of life.
We finally beat some sense into it.
Just another easy battle for yours truly.
If we've learned anything from Celsius and Volt, it's that Spyrites are tough customers.
They're just as strong as the great spirits.
We were wondering when you'd show up.
Interesting. I never expected to find you here.
So you've come to Olympias after all.
I'm assuming you're the one that activated Volt. I don't understand your motive, though. Were you testing its potential?
Potential? I would never entrust my people's lives to something as tenuous as potential. I attempted to tether with a Spyrite, precisely because it is something you would consider.
What?
But it was for naught. Their power is far beyond human control. That leaves us with no choice but to eradicate every last Spyrix from this world.
So that really is your plan?
Don't you realize what would happen?
We would end the Otherworld reactor plan once and for all. Surely the end justifies my means.
What about the schism?
We will leave it in place. As long as Spyrixes exist, the threat of Olympias exploiting Riza Maxia remains.
And what of Maxwell? Do you plan to leave him where he is?
It is the duty of the strong to ensure that the weak do not perish.
This isn't right, Gaius!
What about it isn't right? We will safeguard the schism until the last Spyrix is destroyed. Then, we shall unite the two worlds.
What about all the people who will suffer if you eliminate their Spyrixes? Are you just going to ignore them?
Don't worry about the poor suffering humans. Gaius will protect them.
Jude, Mila, you of all people should understand the ideals I'm striving for.
What's the point of ideals if you force them on others? Don't you see what's happening? Spyrix is a necessity for these people. Take it away and they'll have nothing left.
Jude.
You talk only of possibilities. I demand certainties.
Maybe you're right, but I can't give up.
This conversation is pointless. Please, let's be off.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
What should we do now?
In the end, I couldn't. No, there are still things we can do. There has to be.
Someone at the window up there.
Balin? Balin!
Huh? Alfred!
It appears the elevator stopped working when the power went out. We must find some way to get them out of there.
Yep.
Let's try climbing to the elevator.
Wait, we can use Volt.
How? Wait, you can't be serious.
You're not planning on tethering with it, are you?
Is that really wise?
Well, didn't he already tether with
Maybe
Celsius
not,
before?
But it's worth a shot.
I thought he gained Celsius when we defeated it before. No?
Only way to find out is to try. Volt!
It goes
Use up
bzz,
your power.
bzz.
No way, it worked!
Okay.
It's still stuck. We need more power.
Please, just a little more.
This must be the same backlash that hit Gilland. Give it up, Jude.
Not yet! What are you doing?
Why do you insist on doing such reckless things by yourself?
Look who's talking.
Hey, don't leave us behind now.
If a task cannot be done alone, then we must simply do it together.
Keep trying and something's bound to stick sooner or later.
We want to help too. Uh-huh.
Thanks, everyone.
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Almost there. Focus.
Now!
Hooray! Electricity!
Thanks for the save there.
Balin, who are these people?
They're patients. Each one of them has a condition that makes it impossible to live a normal life, even with Spyrexes.
Wait. Does that mean the next generation Spyrexes you've been researching are...
Yep. Those little critters they're using are Spyrites.
These creatures are Spyrites?
They're so cute! But they don't seem any more powerful than lesser spirits.
Of course not. They're lesser spirit Spyrites after all. Wait a sec. Are you telling me you don't know how Spyrites are made?
Do us a favor and assume you don't.
Well, you should ask one of the other engineers if you want the full spiel. But in simple terms, you've all seen spirit fossils, right? If one of you Riza Maxia folks pours mana into one, voila! A Spyrite is born from it.
How strange.
I guess there's multiple uses to those fossils, huh?
The only catch is you need a booster.
What? Wait, did you just say booster?
Yep. If someone with a booster pumps mana into a spirit fossil, the calculatrix art inside takes physical form. And that's how you make a Spyrite.
How are they different from Spyrixes?
It's a matter of art precision. These Spyrites can be as precise as the Asperixis devices from back in the day.
I didn't expect to hear that name here.
Uh-huh. Too bad Asperixis devices consume spirits.
Does that mean Spyrites don't kill spirits when they're used?
Pretty much. They're fueled by the mana stored inside spirit fossils, after all.
One thing I don't understand. These people seem to have no trouble using Spyrites. And yet, we struggle to tether with Volt.
Spyrites made from great spirits are in a whole different league. The more powerful the base spirit, the lower the chances of a successful tethering. We're still just at a 50% success rate.
Hey, but that's more than enough.
At that rate, lesser spirit Spyrites might completely replace regular Spyrexes someday.
Then people won't suffer and spirits won't die either. We did it! Great job, Cheapo!
Hey, what are pals for?
Does this mean that Olympias's environment might recover too?
It just might.
Thank you, Balin. You have no idea how much this helps us.
You're welcome, I guess. But we really should be thanking you. You're the ones who saved our research, after all.
We did?
If you hadn't saved us, all of our Spyrite research would have gone up in smoke. Someday these people will be able to get on with their lives again.
Something tells me this Spyrite research is going to become very important.
Looks like we found the path we've been seeking.
Yeah, although the fight's not over.
Balin, could you tell us the exact spot where you found us?
Oh, of course. I found you all collapsed at the end of Rusal High Road. You can reach the High Road by following this passageway here.
Now Gaius will have to listen to us, right?
No, it's too late. I don't know why I know this, but that was our last chance to convince him.
Okay, teaching by bad example.
You look happy. I am, now that we understand the potential of Spyrites, and it's all because Jude wouldn't give up. I'm all like, yeah, take that, world. Jude can really do great things when he tries.
I always knew that he could.
They're just as happy with his success as if it were their own.
I completely understand their sentiment, though. Jude had never been the type to lead the way. But this time, he chose a path and followed it through.
It's always good to see positive growth.
I wonder whose influence that was.
One thing's for sure, it certainly wasn't yours.
Oh? Haven't you ever heard of reverse psychology? Teaching by bad example?
At least your humility makes a fine example.
It's good to see everyone upbeat for a change. Yes!
Yeah, okay.
The hill where Balin found us was just past Xillia Fortress.
That reminds me.
Maybe we'll find a clue that will...
That section where there was an elevator that I could not take because it said that the power was out. Does that elevator lead anywhere else that you couldn't go otherwise? With treasure, maybe? I want to check that out before we move on. Also, that's pretty cool. There are no more monsters. Right, there was one here, but it said error, error, error before. Oh no, the power is still out. I thought we restored it. Ah well, okay, never mind then. New area. Rusal High Road. Well, it looks just like the previous outdoor area we went through.
Guys, Rowan's not looking so good. Shouldn't we stop and get him healed up?
Oh yeah, okay. She meant it for real. For realsies. There, all patched up. Browner pastures.
Olympias doesn't seem to be any greener out this way.
Nope. Pretty much everywhere outside the cities is like this. If anything, it's a little worse than I remember it.
The lack of spirits must have broken the cycle of nature.
To the people of Olympias, this is what nature looks like. When I first laid eyes on the forests of Riza Maxia, I could barely comprehend what I was seeing.
So this is the world that Spyrix has given you.
Go ahead and say it. We brought this on ourselves.
That may be true, but still.
Look! Something green for once!
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect to see a big forest anytime soon.
I gained something with the word demon in it. Not sure what. High of the Demon Beast or something like that. Not sure. What was that item? Eye of the Demon Beast, yeah. It flashed by pretty quick, and I wasn't really paying attention to what was written. Half the time I don't. Because they're usually always the same things, like jet black feathers and that sort of thing. Ah, wait. Something shiny over there. Difficult questionnaire.
Let me make sure I have this straight. We use boosters to infuse spirit fossils with mana, and then a spyrite is born. Because unlike Spyrix devices, spyrites can use arts without harming spirits.
Did you actually take notes while Balin was talking?
Yes, but there are still things I don't understand.
It sounds too good to be true.
If you actually do understand, then you're way ahead of me. I bet Teepo'd say,
Clean energy.
"Hey, you need to study, Leia."
Ah, but after that, he'd probably say, I don't understand any of this either.
Probably.
Hey, no Teepo impersonations!
Ah, he heard us. You're both being rude.
Elise, do you understand spyrite theory?
Of course I do.
Wait, there's another of Ifrit's treasures. Or Hyfried? Is that how they call him? Caller. No shiny spots. Yeah, by these rocks usually. Yeah, that's usually where you can find them. There we go. Dimensional Breach, okay. Tatalian Abyss. Neither of these destinations sound like some place you would want to go to feel good or something, or for your good health.
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge here.
Or is that the way you gain access back to the other world? This map section here looks a lot like one of those that you go through in the other world in Riza Maxia. Like the geometry is like copy-pasted from another area that they developed.
He said he found us sprawled at the foot of this hill.
Let's look for a path down.
What's that?
We must have fallen from there to the bottom of the cliff.
Isn't the rift a little small?
My guess is it's about to collapse. Jumping back through would be a leap of faith.
Count me out! It looks too dangerous!
Let's head back to town and figure out another way.
Ah. Oh, wait. What?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, everyone.
If you plan on returning to Riza Maxia, then I think it's time we parted ways.
What? What makes you say that all of a sudden?
I know that we pulled off a successful Spyrite tethering together, and we found out some great news. But I'm afraid the only way to stop Gaius at this point is to fight him. I don't want the way you feel now to get in the way of your true feelings.
I agree. If we can't be honest with ourselves about why we're fighting, then there's no point in fighting in the first place.
In other words, you want us to make our own decision.
It'll be a difficult ride ahead. I guess it only makes sense.
Mind if I have some more time to think? At least until you're all ready to leave?
Sure, of course.
Don't let your current emotions get in the way. I'm almost acting human.
Mila?
Sorry, it's nothing.
Huh? Did she just lose her,
Wait, isn't this...
And she can still walk? Oh yeah, it is missing on her character model too. Huh.
There's no way replacing everything Spyrix with Spyrites is gonna be easy as it sounds. In terms of raw numbers, just think of how many Spyrites we'll need.
It's true. The Spyrites need to be researched, created, distributed. It won't happen overnight.
There is much that needs to be done. But if we can't buy more time, the spirits will go extinct.
I will buy us time. Maxwell said it himself. If we remove the schism, the mana that it contains could sustain Olympius for a considerable amount of time.
And that's what you intend to do?
Yes, it is.
It's a long road ahead for all of us.
But the more pressing problem is Gaius. If we can't stop him, it'll be too late for Olympius.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so there was this other area down the other way that said the Abyss or whatever the name was. What was that all about?
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge
You don't need
here.
experience anymore. Oh, what? I can't open that chest? What is that? Ah, yeah, okay, because I'm trying to open it from the wrong side, it seems like. I thought it would have its back towards the tree.
Got it.
I do not have time to waste.
From this side, yeah. Jet black feather. And so... there's another chest down that way that I did not find. Meadow crystal. Shiny spot on the wall. Ah, one of Afreed's treasures. Rare boots. Ah, well. I already have better boots. Sorry. Titalian Abyss. First floor. What kind of place is this? That enemy looks strong already. If that's any indication. Twilight Sentinel?
The guard's down. The guard's down. Got it. No break.
Provide support.
Finish them off. I'll handle them.
Behold our power.
Mercenary Wisdom.
Your combat style seems so unrefined.
Well, I prefer to call it powerful. On the battlefield, delicacy will only get you killed. In real warfare, you need guts first, power second, vigor third and fourth, and instinct fifth.
You make a persuasive argument.
Well, yeah. You're talking to a mercenary here.
How long have you been one?
Well, for as long as I can remember. When I was your age, I was already a veteran. Trust me, kid, I'm a lot wiser than I look. I've been through enough to earn it.
Since your advice carries the weight of experience, I will remember it well.
Aw, come on, no reason to bring your spirits down. You do your thing and let me do mine. I'll handle the heavy lifting.
Yeah, okay.
Roussel High Road. Don't know, maybe this place is optional, or maybe we only need to come here later. I don't know. There's a chest. Nothing hiding back here. Okay. What is it? What's wrong? I came to investigate reports of the ground collapsing, but then poisonous gas started leaking out from that fissure. Get out of here while you still can. Mila! Oh no, this is miasma. Miasma? It's a cursed substance that was sealed underground when this world took form. Prolonged exposure to it will kill anything human, spirits, plants, and animals. Is that taking place in the same world as Tales of the Abyss? But it says Abyss even in the name of the location. Maybe? Well, hey, run for your lives! Sylph. Wow, a wall of wind! How do you intend to stop the miasma, Mila? If the four protect us with their spirit arts, we should be able to survive within the miasma. Then we can go in and seal the leak at its source. Go inside of that? Are you serious? I'm always serious. Now, look, Come on, Alvin. Your hometown is in danger. You got a point there, little lady. The battery for controller 1 is low. Yeah, I was thinking of charging it up last night and I forgot. Forgot to plug it in. There. Satisfied.
Woohoo! That's gotta be some sort of free-fall world record.
Right?
He's on. Ready?
Got it.
Go, T-Bone! Sharing is caring.
Provide support. Here we go.
Well done, Alvin.
All in the line
of duty. Creepy antenna, creepy antenna. What's that thing? That doesn't tell me anything. As soon as the windstone shattered, a ring of light appeared on the ground. What's going on? It appears there were 2 seals placed on this cave. They seem to have been arranged so that when the wind seal is disabled, the earth seal is activated. An excellent conjecture, Rowan. The 4 are telling me you're right. These seals were placed here by spirits of an older era in order to keep the miasma at bay. Originally, there were 4 seals, one each for earth, water, wind, and fire. But the fire and water seals have broken, which allowed the miasma to seep out. Who would be crazy enough to break those seals? No one. It was simply a matter of time. Those seals were placed here eons ago. Probably long before Olympias and Riza Maxia were separated. Seriously? But everything within the cave seems so new. Perhaps the combination of the 4 seals was able to effectively halve the flow of time within the cave? Correct. That was the only way to stop the miasma. So in order to get to the miasma source, we have to disable the wind and earth seals. The wind seal was merely hidden, but the earth seal could be a problem. We don't have much time, so I suggest we use the power of gravity to destroy it. So we jump again. In other words, leap onto the seal to crush it? Sure, what could go wrong with that? Alvin! I know. If I can't suggest a better plan, I should shut the hell up. Sounds like we've got some climbing to do. Well, the game did it for me. Did that do the trick? Right. Another stone. Okay, what is that? Well, I should finish exploring this floor perhaps before moving on.
You're so slow, Leia. Climb faster.
What? Am I holding up the guy who can float?
I'm gonna have to jump here to crush an earth seal, more than likely. If it is the same. Oh well, I just went up to it without really meaning to. Another earth seal. Ancient Coral. Coral. Mm-hmm. And then you drop down onto the seal. Let's do it from here. Tatalian Abyss B2F. Yeah, we're way off track now. I wonder if this is okay. Red Sage. I missed that too. Dingy puffball. Ah, well, there's a stone. Well, since we found it, let's break it. Is that by the treasure chest from before? Because I thought to myself at that time, this would be a good place to be falling down from.
No time for a break? No time for a break? Here we go.
Great! A fantastic victory.
Which way was the treasure chest? I haven't been that way. Is that where the seal is? No. Strangest core? What was that? Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, okay. Good foresight. What's up this one, by the way? I haven't really climbed up here. Pointless. Okay, I've been that way already. And that way should be where that gate opened. B3F. Okay, how many floors does this place have? Because should I worry about that now, or should I maybe do it later? Italian Abyss, Stills of Xillia. How many floors? It's a small dungeon with a devil beast at the end. Takes maybe 20 to 30 minutes, they say. There is no big reward for doing it besides pink emeralds and the devil arm. May as well. Then I need a pink emerald for a quest in Charlton, so this is where you get it, huh? Says one person. If they say that it takes only 20 to 30 minutes, I hope that that's not a lie.
You owe me.
Got it.
Quake Breaker.
Up we go!
Okay, old man here is gonna level up soon. Still needs one more level. Wrong button. Sorry. They're starting to hide these things a bit more.
Finish them off. You owe me. Who's next?
Well done. Who's next?
No time for a break?
We're so strong when we work together.
Yeah, everyone's
Okay,
so
he still
cool.
needs 14,000 points. Yeah, but he's at 97 though, so he won't be getting to 99 just yet. Okay, yeah, also I didn't really spot where that Earth seal appeared. At the other end, I guess. That way? Yeah, straight. Wait. Griffin Claw. There's a bag of goods over there. There's the seal. Not that way. Not that way either. Oh, maybe this is as complicated as it'll get, and then the rest, it's the boss already or something. Okay, and I guess the seal is down that way. Right, although I could not clearly see it. Okay then. Save point, huh? This place looks a bit different. So does that mean we're getting close?
Getting
Oh, yeah.
darker. Everyone, listen up for signs of enemy movement.
Is that the boss? This seems to be the source of the miasma. Well, hey, we've got company, and it's the scary kind. Oh, yeah, okay, it's one of those monsters with a devil weapon or whatever it is. Isn't that one of those? Save the questions for later. Our wall of wind won't last much longer.
Watch out, everyone.
Dranzord.
Way tougher than the others.
Of course it is. You wouldn't find it around here otherwise.
Okay, wind. Hey, what the heck? The old man is dead already? Ah, well. He was too old, I guess. See ya, old man. It was nice knowing you. Arrivederci. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to use.
Seems to phase her.
She's not the only one.
You're quite calm and composed yourself, Alvin.
Fair enough.
Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen.
Take this!
Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen.
Yes, I'll handle him.
Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen. Ready?
Got it.
But he resists that, but I kinda needed that so that I can at least activate over limit at some point.
once before. Take this! Not yet! Let's finish them off. You ready? Got it. Quick breaker!
Windblade! Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen. Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen.
Trigger!
Well done, Alvin.
All in the line of duty.
Naturally.
Drawn Duo, the Howling Beast. Good. The 4 will now seal away the miasma. It worked! The miasma is fading! What's wrong with her? It does seem we've succeeded, and not a moment too soon. Jude, are you okay? Did you breathe some of it in? No, I'm fine. I was just wondering why that monster was here. That was a devil's beast, wasn't it? I believe so. One of the monsters that was designed to get stronger every time it fights. We're lucky we met it when it was miasma sick. If it had been at full strength, yikes. It must have been traveling underground and accidentally burrowed its way here. A stroke of luck to be certain. You may be right, but I can't help but wonder. What if that monster came here to die of its own volition? Huh? Would it do that? Well, it was designed to do nothing but fight, right? Maybe it got tired of fighting and it thought the miasma could help it die. A noble end for a noble beast. It's almost poetic. So when we defeated it, its wish came true? I suppose we'll never know what it was thinking, but the idea of a being created for an unwanted purpose, desperately battling with its own destiny, it doesn't sound so far-fetched to me. Okay. You can walk on that thing. It feels a little bit glitchy. But there we go. Well, we can fast travel back outside now, no? We had to get back to Balan's apartment.
I don't understand. The spirit fossil came off. How is she able to continue walking?
She sort of got reincarnated after she died. I guess the damage to her body was fixed when that happened.
Another exhausting trek.
No kidding. How far have we walked on this trip?
Feel free to use this room whenever you like. We're all friends here.
What are you doing, Alvin?
Figured I'd stay away, since everyone's so sick of me.
Maybe because you're a big fat liar.
Yeah, that's just who I am, all right. And what about you, Elise? Wondering what to do?
Yeah. I just don't know what the right choice is.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. I don't know much about being a kid. Never really had a childhood.
So were you a member of Exodus ever since you were just a little boy?
Yeah, that's right. I thought it was okay to trick people. When things would go bad, I'd just disappear. I'd take the path of least resistance. I pretty much just did whatever didn't hurt me, that's all.
Then, does that mean you won't be going with Mila and Jude?
You know what? That kid forces me to wake up and smell reality. They're all just so mature. The way they hide their real feelings about me.
Oh, now I get it. You're lonely, aren't you, Alvin?
I've never been much for expressing my feelings, I suppose. But even if they do hate me, I have to stick it out. I'm not leaving this time.
So does that mean that you really want to be their friend again?
I've learned that building real trust with people takes a lot more work than you think.
Being a grown-up sounds like an awful lot of pain.
It seems like the older you get, the tougher it is to share your feelings with others. Anyway, no one will want to be friends with me until I can make the first move. It's hard, but it sure beats being alone.
I wonder what I'm supposed to do now. What do I have to do to become happy?
Well, it's different for everyone. You just have to find what works for you. I'm sure you know what you want by now.
I guess so. It hasn't been easy, but I've learned a lot traveling with everybody. I know that. I definitely don't want to stop, that's for sure. I want to keep on learning more, and I want to make some new friends.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me.
Some help you are.
I told you, I'm the wrong guy to ask about this stuff. Sorry about that, kid. Huh?
How cute.
That's a thank you. I just wanted you to know that from now on, I'm gonna be your friend, okay?
How come the kids are the wisest people in this group?
Trouble sleeping, young miss?
Yeah, I still haven't made up my mind. What about you?
I've reached a decision. I have decided to go with them.
I see. I wonder if I'm the only one who's still on the fence.
You're not alone.
Huh?
When Lord Klein passed away, I inherited the keys to the kingdom, along with many doubts.
But eventually you figured out what to do, right? I used to think that everything works out if you do your best, but I've been proven wrong every time.
Does Agria still haunt you?
I keep thinking there might have been something else I could have done for her.
I know that feeling well.
Oh, you mean with King Noctigal?
Am I that easy to read? Let me tell you, life does not become any simpler the older you get. But I must say, I am a bit surprised by you.
In what way?
I was under the impression that Jude was the one who occupied your every waking thought.
Come on now, don't be silly. Is it obvious?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
You know, I once thought that if I became a nurse, that I might find happiness. After all, when Jude's happy, I'm happy. Simple enough, right? But now, I'm starting to get the feeling that Jude just might be better off without me. I mean, I don't want to get in his way again, you know?
Leah, would you like to know what my reasons are and why I've decided to go along with Jude and Mila?
Are you willing to tell me?
I would like to be there to walk with them in the future that they wish to create.
That sounds like you.
But that's not all.
Huh?
I plan to take the lead and pull the two of them along behind me. That is my true desire.
And I? What do I really want?
I think you already know your answer, miss.
What I really want is to see Jude's smiling face again. I suppose that's it. That's a good reason, isn't it?
Hey. Don't you want to sit?
You've changed.
Not really. To be honest, I'm so scared I can't even sleep.
I told you before, if we can just dispel the schism, I'll handle everything from there. There's no reason for you to be afraid.
Mila! If the schism disappears...
Awkward silence there.
So will the temporal crossroads, right?
Yes. The destruction of the schism means the death of Maxwell.
But you're not Maxwell, so it doesn't
The
matter.
temporal crossroads were born from Maxwell and that unique spirit climb, so they will vanish too.
Why? Why didn't I realize what's happened to you? I know. You never told me because you wanted me to find my own answer first. Isn't that right? Mila?
It was just easier for me that way.
Huh?
The entity known as Maxwell is essential for the spirits. So they will need a new Maxwell.
You?
Then we won't be able to stay together anymore?
The sadness of parting is a human emotion. Such emotions no longer apply to me.
And there's no other way, is there?
Maxwell created me, so perhaps he could restore my human body.
Well, I thought that's what I was looking at.
Jude, is that
That's a
what
bit
you really
confusing.
want? Let's create a new future for all the spirits and people in the world. And let's create it together.
Together. Thanks.
Is Muse with you?
Just relax. I've come here to tell you something, and that's all.
Then talk.
We are ready to commence our operation, to wipe out every Spyrix in Olympias.
So your attack from before was just to check whether Spyrites were usable?
Exactly.
You came here to tell us that?
No. Listen. You have a dream for the future of the world that is vastly different from mine. So...
You plan to fight us here?
This is a piece of Muse's power.
The power to slice through
Looks
space?
like a paper cutter or something.
What of it?
Here, I give you a chance to return to Riza Maxia quietly, if you choose to.
You'd still offer us a chance to end things peacefully.
Gaius, you know full well that we can't walk the same path. Not anymore.
So you say. But I wonder if Mila agrees with that.
Why should I? What makes you think I've wavered?
One can only handle so much. Take Muse, for example.
What about her?
She is very torn. She has incredible power, yet she knows not how to use it. In hindsight, I was cruel to force such a weak person to become strong so suddenly.
You want to save her too, don't you?
Along with the rest of my people. Stand down, and I will take over.
Your words cannot shake my will, nor can they alter my mission. It remains unchanged, even after all this time.
I see.
Jude. Our choices matter. They're meaningful for precisely that reason, because they're our choices. Following the will of others will lead nowhere. That's why our choice right now is more important than our own survival. So Jude, please. Watch over me so that I stay on my path until the very end.
Yes, I promise.
Okay. Well, we got the knife. They picked it up, right? Could still be good for something.
Sleep well?
Yes.
That might have been the best sleep I've had in my entire life. I was dead to the world.
I decided I'm coming with you. I won't bore you with my reasons, though.
Thanks, Leia. Let's do our best.
Yep.
I'm coming too.
And me 3.
I shall accompany you as well.
Wouldn't do for the only Olympian here to sit this one out.
So you've made up your minds.
Then there's something we need to tell you. Check this out.
Nifty knife.
Gaius brought this to us last night. He called it a piece of Muse's power.
Does that mean we could use it to tear open the breach?
Looks like it.
Gaius truly is inscrutable.
He's mocking us.
I don't think so. We might be fighting against one another, but he's a good guy.
Nice to see her actually talking to me.
Well...
Don't get used to it.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
No.
You're welcome.
It's a bummer there's nobody here to send off the heroes.
That shouldn't be a problem.
We'll just have to accept that we're unsung heroes.
Who needs an adoring crowd? Let's have a pre-battle cheer.
If you insist.
Couldn't hurt.
Make sure to put some feeling into it.
Indeed. Here goes nothing. Everyone, let's finish what we started.
Musing about Muse. Ho 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 ho.
Muse seems to have fallen completely under Gaius's control.
I'd say it's more that Muse has finally found someone she can rely on. She had been yearning for someone to guide her.
That girl has some big-time dependency issues.
She's like my own dark shadow. I wish we could have met under different circumstances.
Whatever the nature of their relationship, Muse's ability to manipulate dimensional space is now in Gaius's hands. That is no trivial matter.
Agreed. Even the great spirits are no match for a blade that can sever dimensional barriers.
That doesn't sound promising. Should we turn tail and run away?
Yes, let's do that. Do you really think I would say such a thing?
Of course not.
You know me well.
Check out our wares before they're all sold out, he said. Lady in the background. Head for the dimensional breach. Okay. Okay, Alvin is not quite there yet. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe trying to level up the old man one more time. That way he and Alvin will only have one level left.
The guard's down. Here we go. I'll handle it.
No, that's a fail.
Here we go.
They won't get through.
Am I too strong?
Just the strongest?
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge
I don't
here.
care. You're not exactly the worst, but you're not the best either.
No break.
Take this.
My will shall lay our path.
Crap, the old man is petrified and he didn't gain any experience. I was like, well, wait, why didn't he gain anything? And then I saw it was all grayish, and that message popped up about petrification. Oh, okay. Elise was too? Huh? That hole in the cliff there, it was... I know, never mind. Okay, I guess I... Yeah, I guess I can see which chest it leads to, okay.
My will shall lay our path.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I shouldn't have to fight much more. But yeah, if I go on foot, I'm gonna have to go through Helioborg Fortress if I want to go on foot all the way.
I'll do my best.
No time for a break? No break. Here we go. Here we go. No time for a break?
Well done, Alvin.
All in the line of duty. Have I fought a monster like this one? Looks like a giant bug.
Are we seriously fighting this thing?
I don't know if we are.
To run from any enemy, no matter how strong.
You're either stupid or
Really courageous.
They when die.
Thank you.
Don't know.
Tiger Blade! Got it. Homing shot! Boom! Tiger Blade! Out of the way!
Earth, fly out.
Got it.
Well played.
How about you use nurse? Ah, finally.
Wake up already.
Ah.
Don't worry.
What happened?
Oh.
Homing shot!
Damn it. Yeah, I was gonna say we need more healing.
That was way too close.
Ah, okay, old man leveled up. Mysterious jewel.
Never stop him.
Mila, love Alvin. I have what? Cleanser of corruption. Got a title. Old buddy. Right, he needs one more level. Right, but now he has a ways to go. 138,612 points of experience for the next level, so it's probably not necessary to try to get there now. Just get those bags of items that I did not have registered on the map before.
I don't particularly enjoy having to fight, but I am starting to feel a little used.
Well, I like using Mila to fight. I like having Elise to heal, and I need the other two guys who need experience the most at the moment. So, the team composition is, it dictates itself a little.
Can we look before we leap? Less looking, more leaping.
Not so fast.
What now?
You really think we can beat Gaius and Muse like this?
Don't tell me you're getting cold feet.
I don't think that's what he's implying.
Do we need to take care of any business back in Riza Maxia?
We can go back?
Yes, we can probably return to Riza Maxia from the temporal crossroads.
Alvin has a point. We cannot expect help from anyone.
In other words, we must be fully prepared.
Right. We gotta think these things through. We're on our own after all.
Good point.
Come on, let me fight all.
Temporal crossroads. That's not the end of the game, is it?
Ready, everyone?
Last one in has to kiss Tipo. Hey, no fair.
I gotcha.
No need to worry. We're all bound for the same destination.
Guess we'll never get the knack for doing things as a group.
Hey, it's worked for us so far.
I guess you're right. Well, looks like we're up.
Okay, it's not really the end, but we're getting close. So I could be done maybe tomorrow, I guess? Or I could do one more day after that of trying to do some optional stuff. Side quests and the like.
Hey, nice of you to join us. Either we ended up in a different place from last time, or it got a major remodel.
Gaius must have used Maxwell's power to alter things here. Where's Leia?
Where'd you go?
I found another breach like the one we came through.
Don't tell me you went in it.
I did. It leads to Riza Maxia, so that's the wrong way. Then Gaius and Muse must be that way.
This presents a dilemma. I assumed we would just be following the same path as last time.
At your age, Rowan, never assume things will be easy.
Well said. We have other dangers to contend with besides Gaius and Muse.
Better keep our guard up.
Let's go, everyone.
Event list updated. The vacant throne.
Gaius has been busy keeping order in Rashagal ever since Noctigal died. I wonder what's going on back at his old castle in Canbalar.
Maybe Wengol is sitting on the throne in his absence.
What a crazy place, but that's okay. Where are you?
If you jump down from here, you will not be able to return. No then. Let's talk to Balin.
You don't want to pay Balin a visit?
Why? Are you hoping to hear one of his humiliating stories about my past?
The more you bring it up, the more curious we get.
Religious skit viewer. Which one did I come through? Ah, so these are the chests in this area, okay. Well, yeah, let's return to Riza Maxia. I guess you can now travel between Riza Maxia and Olympios on the world map. Excellent. Ah, okay, and the tear in the fabric of space-time.
I don't particularly enjoy having to fight, but I am starting to feel a little useless.
Stop
right
complaining. Jeez. Will they stop complaining? Still got these two who need to level up one more time. Your time has come and gone, man. Event list. Sub-events. Mon Islands. Yeah, we could do some of those side quests, I guess. So as to not rush to the end. I think you're kind of meant to do it now anyway. So there's an escaped rapig somewhere in that area then.
I don't particularly enjoy having to fight.
Well, hey,
I am
Panda, how's it
starting
going?
to feel a little useless right now.
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my edge here.
Stop complaining. Where did they say it was? Sub-events. A bride to be in Cambalar has the party to go to Mon Highlands and find their escaped rapig. Yeah, not sure where it is though. Well, you know what? It could be in one of those holes. Yeah, but maybe one that has no chest in it. Ah, there's a...
Fezabel Marsh. Wasn't that the site of a famous battle between Rashagal and Azul?
Yes. 20 years ago. It's a place that looms large in my life. If we go there, I may remember things that are perhaps best forgotten.
That's right. You were part of that war. I'm sorry.
Fezabel Marsh. I was gonna say there's a green dot on the map there, and sure enough, that was a rapig. Okay. Found you. Oink oink. Sorry, but there's no way out of this. You just have to accept that you're going to be eaten. Oink. Accept your fate. Don't fight it. Return to Camelon. Cambelar. New quests. The colder it gets, the more monster attacks our people suffer. When nature becomes this harsh, even monsters become desperate to survive. But that doesn't mean we have to roll over and take it. We must kill these monsters for the safety of our citizens. I hereby call upon all able-bodied hunters to help us in our task. Thank you for your help, citizen. These monsters hide out in the central region of the Mon Highlands. Your assignment is to wipe out the ones near the Silent Cave. Good luck. Okay. Silent Cave?
I don't particularly enjoy having to fight, but I am starting
And
to
she's
feel
gonna
a little
complain
useless
next?
right
No? Hard news from Prin. Ah.
We should probably tell Prin about Agria.
Yeah, it's the least we can do.
I hope she's still at the medical school.
So many places to revisit. It's getting a bit ridiculous. I think it's that woman who wanted a rapig. You found her. Oh, thank you, thank you. But as it turns out, my fiance's family doesn't like rapig meat. So instead of roasting her, she'll come and live with us. Oink! That way we can eat her in a pinch if there's ever an emergency. Oink! Yeah. Emergency rations. Sorry, all you vegans out there, but I do find this pretty funny.
Wingull.
I had heard you'd been sent to the other world. So you found your way home after all.
Well, duh.
Wingull, there's something I would like to ask you. Am I correct in my understanding that you led Azul's armies at Fezabel Marsh? Using boosters to move through the marsh was a brilliant strategy.
Are you mocking me? That strategy played right into Gillen's hands.
You aren't the only one who failed to see through Gillen's facade. I share the same shame.
I didn't realize someone who turned his back on his duty had any honor left to lose. Is that what you're doing here? Some sad attempt to return to the battlefield and erase your shame?
How can you say that? Don't you make fun of Rowan? He's a great guy for someone who's so old.
You were a skilled tactician in your prime, I grant you that. But how much of that skill remains today? Former Chief of Staff Ilbert. Care to play a game?
A game, you say?
A mock battle, using a real military map. But of course I would understand if you were reluctant to see how time has ravaged your talents.
You don't need to buy into this.
I accept.
Then come to the Xylan Woods Temple.
What is it gonna be? A board game? What the heck? Do I have to play this?
This board lets us control data from historic battles and see different ways they might play out.
And what battle is this data from?
20 years ago, on the Fezabel Outback.
The Battle of Fezabel.
The struggle between the armies of Rashagal and the former king of Azul.
Correct. It was a tragic battle in which both armies suffered heavy casualties from a giant tsunami. It was Ilbert the Conductor's one and only draw.
And you wish to recreate that battle now?
This is no recreation. If I had led Azul into battle, we would have won. That is what I will prove here today. Formation Ichthyes. All troops advance.
The core of the Rashagal army is being pushed back.
Left and right troops spread out to the wings. Surround the enemy's vanguard.
It's no good. The vanguard is unstoppable. What is this power?
That's Gaius' unit. Their first time in battle. You won't surround them so easily.
Both wings advance. Circle to the enemy's flank.
You're gonna lose, old man.
Planning to launch a counterattack from my flank? Such a boring and predictable response. I'll simply attack while your troops are changing course. This battle will be won before the tsunami hits.
The enemy is turning faster than Rashagal.
Look out!
All troops maintain forward movement. Your goal is the high ground behind the Azul army.
What?
Rashagal's army is assembling on the hill.
It's over.
Edgelord's
It is impossible
chess
to
master.
defeat a
Yeah.
defending army on high ground in so short a time. Soon the tsunami will come and engulf the plains. You will have no choice but to retreat.
And this is what you call a victory?
I am satisfied simply not
Yeah,
to
victory is a victory.
Hey, thank you for the match.
Told
We
ya.
will settle this in a different way.
Sore loser!
You did great, Rowan.
It's because I failed in the past. If only I had used this strategy back then.
I think it's great you learned.
You're still growing, even at your
But you
age.
couldn't have predicted at the time that a tsunami would show
I
up.
still have a great deal more growing to do. I may even grow out of these clothes one day.
Psha. Event list updated. Okay, well I'll...
Come on, let me...
Ah, shut up, Leia. I'll head back out to the Mon Highlands now and try to find that monster group. That supposedly I have to defeat for a quest. It's not in this... It's not on this map, is it? It's the next? Event list, sub-events underway. A threat. Defeat the threat at Mon Highlands, it says. What threat? Okay, maybe tomorrow will probably be finale. It could be, yeah. Depends if I want to spend more time doing side quests before the end, or if I want to watch the ending and then go back to finish some other optional events after in another stream. But there probably won't be more than 2 other streams beyond this one. A soldier in Kembalar asks our heroes to defeat a menace that prowls on the Mon Highlands. A menace? What menace? It's not those dragons, I guess. There's nothing unique about them. Ah, there. I see. There's a group of enemies. Those there that don't move.
Who's next? You picked the wrong fight.
It's possible that this quest I was supposed to have it register a lot earlier in the game because they were pretty lousy. Yeah, I guess I passed by that guy without seeing that he had a green icon. You guys are good, and thanks to you we were able to achieve our objective without incident. The Azul military hopes he will join us in our duty to protect the powerless once again.
Come on, let me fight
Shut
already.
up!
I'm gonna lose my edge here.
Defeat the threat at the Royal Hunting Grounds. A threat, you say? Where could it be? Okay, it's probably not on this map. Usually they manifest themselves with a group of enemies being present on the map and visible. Ah. It was a chest I had not picked up the first time. Ah, that looks like, yeah, they're not moving, and there's more than one in that one spot. That has to be them. Okay, there we go.
Ready, Tipo? Farewell. That was a little too easy.
Yeah, we need a real challenge.
Event list. Underway. A servant of Jurgen's in Shandu asks our heroes to defeat the poachers who have infiltrated the Royal Hunting Grounds. Yeah, but I'm not sure where he is in Shandu. A lonely homecoming.
Guess I better do something with Mom's house. And while I'm at it, I should see Isla too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mutton, fresh mutton. The guy follows you around the whole time in the game. Actually, he has no mutton to sell.
This is where your mother lived, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're back?
Hey, Isla. I got your letter. So... Mom's dead. You already buried her?
That's right. I'm so sorry. When I got here, she had already departed.
Mom. Why did you do this?
I'm sorry.
I'm okay. There's actually a part of me that's kind of relieved now. Gonna scold me for that?
A human life is a heavy thing. If you were carrying your mother's burden for her, it's only natural that you'd feel that way.
Never thought you'd be the one to console me. All right, enough of this. Isla, how did she really die?
What? If you mean the cause of death, it was a sudden paroxysm of...
You don't think it was the poison? Because my mother knew that you were mixing it into her food.
What?
Remember how she'd have those lucid moments? She told me about the poison in a letter.
She lied. If she knew about it, why did she eat?
Don't strain yourself. You never were a good liar.
It's you and that group of yours' fault for trapping me
Yeah,
here.
I kind of guessed that it might be her.
Wait, stop.
She said she wanted out, so... But I'm more surprised that Alvin knew it and let her do it anyway.
Isla went to the royal hunting grounds.
Damn it. After her.
Or at least add the line of dialogue that says, I didn't want to believe it at the time, but now it's starting to make sense. You wanted out, and so you had no other choice. If you put it that way, but the way they put it, it makes it sound like you just let it happen. That's worse, even. Worried about Drizel.
I wonder what Drizella's doing now.
I have to go back to so many different places, I'm never gonna be able to remember everything.
Lord Klein hasn't been too hard on her.
Okay, where did Isla go? Okay, Isla is not here. I think she could have taken that elevator. No, that's not her, but there's a person here, though. Is that Jurgen's assistant?
Hey there. I remember you. You're the geographer who was studying spirit climb changes.
That's different.
And I think that hypothesis I told you about just might be correct. They say the soldiers that came from the flying ships broke through a wall in the sky to get here. Think about that. A wall that surrounds our entire world. That kind of power could easily affect spirit climbs.
The schism.
The schism? Ooh, I like that name. Okay, let's refer to this wall as the schism. The next problem is, where did the schism come from? The questions never end. But that's why I love science.
Yeah.
What's that dog doing? Oh, okay, never mind. Was weird for a second. Huh. Mutton, fresh mutton. Nah, she's not here. She's not here either. Is she at the arena? And where is that assistant of Jurgen or whatever that I had to report to? Yeah, report to his servant in Shandu, but I don't know where he is. Well, not down that way, that's for sure. Maybe by the exit. I think there was a quest I had to get from a person by the exit here. By the save point. No? Ah, could be it. With your help, we were able to chase the poachers away. Thank you. Of course, it's only a matter of time before they or someone like them shows up again. When they do, I hope we can count on you. Okay. Jet black feathers, no. To be continued, the Devil's Beast Sisterhood, Mother and Child. Pursue Isla, yeah, there we go. Where is she, though? Let's see, let's look it up. Pursue Isla. Tales of Xillia. Where the heck did Alia run off to? Is someone asking? Someone is asking on Game FAQs. La Barre Hollow, middle of the bridge. La Barre Hollow. Okay, so not in town. Is that a dungeon? Ah, yeah. Yeah, there's someone on the bridge there. The topmost one, yeah. The other way, Rudy.
You picked the wrong fight.
What?
Why did you poison Alvin's mother?
Because she was holding her back. So long as Mom was alive, Isla could never get her happy ending.
Exactly. I don't want anything more to do with Exodus. All I want to do is live a normal, happy life. I worked so hard just to be able to do that.
Did my mother suffer? Good. That's the one thing I was worried about.
You're going to let her go?
She killed your mother!
Mom knew she wasn't long for this world. She told me so in her last letter. She asked me to set Isla free after she died.
She knew? And she still...
Yep. Even though it meant she'd never return to the home she loved so much.
I don't believe you. You're just going to blackmail me again. I have to destroy all the evidence. I have to erase my former self. Or else I'll never be truly happy.
Wait! Isla, stop!
Isla!
She falls off camera. Was too expensive to animate. Well. She's not dead.
How is she doing?
Thanks to your first aid, her injuries have healed up nicely. But
Mommy, why are you leaving me? Please don't sell me. I promise I won't complain about being hungry. Please. Mommy.
How could this happen?
Don't worry, Isla. I'm here. I'll always
She
be
was
here for
sold
you,
to Exodus as a
whether you get
child or
better
something.
not. Isla is lucky to have you.
But it's so sad.
Are you sure it's okay for us to stay here?
I don't mind. She'll be safe here. They don't know about this place, but I'm taking the gun belt with me. It's been in my family for a long time. I promised my mom I'd take it home with me.
Then I hope you find your way back home.
It's the least I can do for her. She was a great mom.
Mm-hmm. Gun belt. And what does that do? I know, I thought that might be an accessory that he can wear, but... Is that quest still going, by the way? Find the lost brother at Shagut Flood Meadow. Okay. Okay, so that's in here. And there's a lost brother somewhere in here. A lost brother. Have I been here before? There's nothing registered on the map at all. Yeah. I don't think I've been here. Huh. Yeah, but isn't that the area where the enemies were just too strong, so I had to turn back when I was first exploring it? I had to escape the first fight I tried to take on in this area, and in the end I never went back, I guess, because the story never demanded me. She's no longer turning into a spirit? No. But she may have to become one in the end, because it turns out that she wasn't the real Maxwell. The real Maxwell was an old beardy dude, and now that guy's gone, or he will be gone if he is not already. She will have to take his place, otherwise there wouldn't be no balance in the force or anything, so... The way they're putting it, it sounds like she may have to sacrifice herself in the end, for the sake of the world. But yeah, her hair is back to being mostly blonde with a tinge of green. Instead of the other way around. Booksmart Jude.
I've seen this plant in books. I've never seen the real thing before.
Good eye. They all look the same to me.
It goes beyond visual acuity. Jude has an impressive amount of knowledge.
Ain't that the truth? Not bad for his age.
Well, I've always liked reading books. I just have a good memory for that sort of thing.
And yet my birthday totally slips his mind. Can you believe that?
I've apologized so many times. Leia only has a good memory for my failings.
I've heard that people only truly remember the things that interest them most.
Huh. I've read about that.
They say a memory lapse is just your brain freeing up space for more.
The Alvin voice actor is always voicing stuff. Super famous.
Sorry that my personal details aren't more useful to
Well,
you.
yeah, he sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I know who this is, but...
Guess he's never read a book about knowing when to shut up.
No, not Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks. That's not what I'm looking for. Matthew Mercer? Yeah, I've heard that name before. Matthew Mercer. Yeah, I'm sure I know his name. I know that name from somewhere. Let's see. Visual Voices Guide. Who else has he done? Ah, yeah, Attack on Titan. He voices Levi. Is that one of the main characters? I've never watched that anime. Let's see. In games, Persona 5, the voice of Yusuke. Let's see. Last of Us Part 2, the prison leader. Death Stranding. Catherine Full Body is the voice of Yusuke Kitagawa. Ah, yeah, okay. The voice of Chrom in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Ah, yeah, but I think I already went through his page not that long ago. I think because I already recognized it once and I was looking through it. Because I remember thinking, oh yeah, Chrom's voice. Yeah, now it's making sense. I was rereading the names of all the things I recognized him from, and it hit me that, but yeah, I've already looked at that list. Well, I guess if there's someone missing, he will appear on the map, no? As a green dot. That's one of those demons. Yeah. I think it looks kind of cute. Yeah, it's one of those cursed monsters with a cursed weapon in it. Yeah, its tail. It's a mace, a rod. What? It managed to kill me. It's a staff.
The guard's down.
Ready?
Got it.
Hey, where did it go? Ah, it was behind me. What is it weak to? Dark? Nah, but I don't have dark elemental attacks, so. Use nurse! Ah, thank you.
No brakes? No brakes?
One step ahead. Always one step ahead.
It keeps dashing around the battlefield and I keep having to run after it.
The guard's down. Got it.
Rolling assault.
Here we go.
Ready?
Got it.
Ready?
Got it.
Well, this seems to work reasonably well, so let's abuse it. While I'm in over limit. Yeah, okay, it's gonna die. It's gonna die.
Here we go.
Over.
Got it.
Whirling assault. I kneel as well. Hunt the sinful and avenge the fallen.
Arrivederci, and then it goes. It leaves.
Naturally. Or I'll have you fired.
Whoa, hey now.
Tregatoria, the bellowing demon. Another cursed weapon. Earned title Wielder of the Devil's Wand. Mm-hmm. Still haven't found the man. Don't know where he is. And I'll keep looking around a bit for treasure. And there's another tunnel over there. No treasure here either.
No brakes?
Always one step ahead.
Ah, my hearts are sealed.
How's that for an old man?
Yeah, that must still be left over from that fight with that boss earlier. Okay, I was trying to open it from the wrong side. Okay, let's see over there if I can find anything. Ah, there's a hole. Or did I already check this one? I think I may have. Yeah, I already have. And it was empty. North region. Ah, there's the guy. Wow, my sister sent you here to find me? Haha, she's blowing things way out of proportion. I just went for a little walk. I was only away from the store for like half a day. Well, I guess I'd better head home. I'm sure my family will be furious with me. Oh, here, this is for your trouble. It's just something I picked up along the way. Great tree's fruit. Shandu Central Ward. Oh, this was a way to Shandu? Okay. But I guess the story never really gives you any reason to go that way, unless maybe as the other character, as Jude, if you picked him at the start of the game. Mysterious liquid. Ah, yeah, this is where you... yeah, I see how it connects back to Shandu now. Yeah, you ride on the boat and then you arrive right below the house of Alvin's mother. Yeah. Okay, Fezabel Marsh. Apparently there was something I was supposed to do there. A sub-event. Ah, well, there we go. There's a cutscene. We may get a bit of backstory on the old man.
It's difficult to believe this whole area used to be a dry wasteland.
We were taught a great tsunami did this 20 years ago. It was right when the former king of Azul was leading his army into battle against Rashagal. Wait, Rowan, you were a tactician in that battle, weren't you?
Yes, I was. It's hard to believe it's already been so long. This is the place where Princess Carrie died.
Princess Carrie?
Noctigal's younger sister. Rowan told me about her before. She was killed during the succession dispute between Noctigal and his brothers.
Even he wouldn't dare to defy her. If she was still alive, Rashagal's history would have turned out quite a bit differently.
She must have been a fearsome woman if she could keep Noctigal in check.
Quite the opposite. She was a gentle, easygoing soul. Noctigal was always at his kindest around her, but her gentle demeanor masked an indomitable spirit. The meek had no greater ally than her. She even chose to accompany the army as a medic, so that she could save as many lives as possible.
A princess working as a medic? She must have been one hell of a woman.
Unfortunately,
Well,
her story did not end
Elizabeth
happily.
II was a ambulance
distinguish himself by leading
driver,
Rashagal to
or
victory.
well, she was a nurse during World War II or something.
To lead the army just before the battle began. In his place, they sent an incompetent buffoon of a general who squandered every advantage Rashagal had.
Why would they do that?
They must have feared Noctigal more than their own enemies. Just as Rashagal was facing defeat, the tsunami came and forced the remnants of both armies to retreat. But Princess Carrie's unit was among the unlucky ones that were caught in the wave. It was a grave error on my part. Amidst the confusion, I didn't notice that her unit was in the path of danger. If I had given her unit clearer orders, Carrie would still be alive.
Wait a minute. Were you two together?
We were worlds apart in both age and class, but we had pledged our futures to each other. Noctigal was the only one who approved of our union, but that's an old story, and one perhaps best forgotten.
Event list updated. Okay, so was there an event that I actually had to do, as far as that is concerned, or what? Deliver the old man's offering to the Felgana mine. Defeat the threat on Sapthras High Road. To be continued. Poetry and diaries. Wanted poster. Rumors of Olympias. Reach our heroes. It looks like even the citizens themselves have varying opinions about the otherworld reactor plan. Ah, yeah, we had to go back to speak to Balan. Yeah, I remember now. And also go back to see Prin. I don't know where that was anymore. Ah, yeah, the medical school. And I also had to get back to Charlton to go see Drizel, see how she's doing. Love fevered vision. Rowan tells the party about his memories of the Battle of Fezabel, which took place 20 years ago. It was in that battle where he lost his fiancée Carrie, who in turn was also Noctigal's younger sister. Okay. Okay, let's go back to... How'd you get back to that other town? Ah, to Olympias. Okay, there we go. And there's another quest.
Excuse me, have you seen an elderly woman around here? I was out shopping with my mother, but we got separated. Her hair and eyes look just like mine.
Unfortunately, we don't know this city very well.
There you are, Lem. What are you doing here? What sort of child is still getting lost when she's 18 years old?
Me? You're the one who got lost. Did you forget where we were supposed to meet?
Oh, did I?
Honestly, I don't know how you keep a nursing job when you can't even stick to a simple schedule.
It's nice to see that Olympians are as human as we are.
No kidding. Carrie? Carrie, it's you. You're alive.
Wait, Noctigal's sister?
Oh, yes, my name is Carrie. But I'm afraid I don't know who you are.
You don't?
I'm sorry. I can't remember anything from my childhood. When I washed up on a beach here 20 years ago, all I could remember was my name.
Wait, do you know who my mother used to be?
No. I merely met her once before, when I was working with her husband.
Oh, are you in the military
Oh, tell her who you
Forgive me for
are.
not recognizing you. You meet so many people as a soldier's wife.
No apologies necessary. It was a long time ago. May I ask where your husband is?
He's away on an expedition right now. I haven't heard from him in a long time, but I'm not worried. Ever since he found me 20 years ago, Julius has never broken a promise he's made to me.
Mom, could you stop gushing to complete strangers?
Okay. But it is true, you know.
Come on, we need to get going. Nice meeting you all.
Hey. When the schism was breached 20 years ago, the tsunami must have brought Carrie all the way here to Olympias.
Aren't you going to go after her?
I don't know what I would say to her after all these years. I don't even know how to feel about this.
Come on, let me fight already. I'm gonna lose my...
I wish you would stop saying that. Over and over and over. That's a big house. What?
Pop quiz! How many people do you think live in one of those giant houses in Triglyph?
Have you always liked pop quizzes this much? I've never noticed after all this time. Oh, I know. Did your love of pop quizzes awaken while I was dead?
She's always liked pop
That's
quizzes.
a weird way to put it.
Oh.
What was with that thing? Let's go visit Drizel, but...
I hope Lady Drissel is faring well.
Why not go to the manor?
Didn't I already have this one?
Drissel must be worried sick about you.
Oh, worried about me? Oh my. I do hope she doesn't perceive me as being that old.
Usually when it's a sub-event like that... Was a new sub-event added to the list? No. He's reunited with his former fiancée Carrie in the city of Triglyph. As it turns out, she miraculously survived the tsunami but had lost her memories as a result. However, that did not stop her from finding a new life and a new family. Carrie and her daughter wait eagerly for the return of her husband, who has gone off to war. Those who act in shadow, pretty and pink. Well, we had to go see Balin anyway. I could look it up, I guess. Xillia, Skit, Building, Triglyph. Maybe someone... wait, there's a list of the skits here. Yeah, I accept your cookies. Don't annoy me. Pop quiz. No, I think it was pop quiz. No? That's not it? Pop quiz skit Tales of Xillia quest. Dunno. Nah, I can't really find anything about it. Oh well.
I imagine you must know lots of embarrassing stories about Alvin.
I do. In fact, embarrassing stories might be the only Alvin stories I know. This I gotta hear. Shall I tell you one?
One more word and you're dead to me forever.
Well now, this is a conundrum. I know. How about a bet?
Truly an Olympian's answer to everything.
Now, Alfred, you know better than that. Gambling is a long and proud Olympian tradition. It has some bad points, but it has good ones too.
Would we
If you win, yeah, it has good points.
Certainly not. We can choose
Like
to
all
bet
forms of
anything
gambling.
we like. For example, we could bet on whether or not you can find a light leaf clover. If you can, you win, and I'll air out some of Alfred's dirty laundry.
What's a light leaf clover?
Light leaf clover.
It's a clover with golden leaves that grows on the sides of roads.
Olympians consider it a good luck charm. I've heard they once grew along Rasal High Road.
Then this should be a piece of cake. You got yourself a bet, buddy.
So betting is a hallowed Olympian tradition? I'm a little intrigued myself.
Okay, let's go check out Rusal High Road.
Is that something I already have?
Hey, wait a minute. It's been ages since a light leaf clover was seen on the high road. And some say they might be
He's hoping we give up.
Alfred, are you really going to waste my magnanimity?
This is why I hate gambling.
You never know. Finding the...
Sounds like our best chance to find a light leaf clover is on the Rusal High Road.
It's a clover with sun-colored leaves, right? Let the hunt begin.
Maybe I already found one. No. Okay. Okay, so it sounds like it should be found somewhere on that crossroads. That's a lot of enemies, by the way.
Come on, let me find
Ah, shut up, Leia.
edge here.
Is that shiny thing there in the middle?
Is this a light leaf clover?
Yeah, that's it. Damn it, Balin told me these things were extinct.
He lied.
Extinct? You thought they were extinct and let us bet anyway?
No, I just...
Yeah,
well,
basically.
Yeah, basically.
Well, all's well that ends well. It's a miracle.
We've traveled to an entirely different world, and this is what qualifies as a miracle to you?
Damn, I thought we got them all, but it looks like we missed one. You there, hand over that clover if you know what's good for you.
Huh? Who the heck are you? We found this fair and square.
If anyone else finds a clover, we lose our bet. If you won't hand it over...
We'll take it by force, yeah, well,
Hey,
here we go.
I can fight too.
We're on an assault.
You owe me.
Nice sacrifice, of course.
Here we go.
You owe me.
Rolling assault.
No foe can withstand against my resolve.
Why would they just attack us like that? And what did they mean about a bet?
Wait a minute.
Do you know something?
Best not to talk out here. Let's go back to Balin's.
Yes, now we get to hear an embarrassing story about Alvin.
This is why I hate gambling.
And back to Balin once more.
Let's bring the Lightleaf Clover back to Balin.
And then we get our story. This is gonna be good.
Triglyph. Mutton, fresh mutton. No wonder this has become a meme.
Holy, I can't believe you actually found a Lightleaf Clover. If we'd have bet money, you'd have made a killing.
All right, make with the embarrassing stories.
Oh well, a bet's a bet.
Which one are you going to tell them?
Let's make it the one about this very clover. When Alvin was 5 years old, he wanted to do something for Aunt Leticia's, for his mother's birthday. He came up with the idea of giving her a crown made entirely out of Lightleaf clovers.
Sounds like that could be difficult.
Right, even back then they were quite hard to find. So little Alvin thought long and hard about what to do. After a lot of thought, he came up with the idea of painting regular clovers the color of Lightleaf clovers.
That's brilliant!
Is it? He gave it to Leticia before the paint was dry, and she ended up getting it all over her hair. Alvin was even more surprised at this than Leticia was, and he started bawling his eyes out. Out of habit, he buried his face in her hair as he tried to apologize, and ended up getting paint all over his face too. The end.
That's so cute!
That was a wonderful story.
You really loved your mother, didn't you, Alvin?
I'll get you for this, Balin.
Talking about Leticia has put me in the mood.
He doesn't know that she's dead.
Eyes. Oh, they were absolute perfection. I'd give anything for one more bite, but unfortunately, it's not to be.
Balin, you hang on to those memories. She may never have made it back to Olympias.
He knows
At least we can
already,
keep the memory
perhaps.
alive.
Even if you asked me to, I could never forget about her. Or about you, naturally.
I'm glad I made it back.
Yeah, I haven't saved in a while, so let's do that. There may be a couple more things that I can do before the end today. She has clover-colored hair. Let's see now. Teresa Maxia. I had to go see Prin in Fenmont. And... must be this one, perhaps? Yeah, by the medical school. And then to Charlton. Go see Drizel. To the Talim Medical School.
What's up?
Coming back to Fenmont like this makes me miss my old medical school.
Then why not drop by?
You don't mind?
Nah. You must have really loved it there if you miss it this much. I guess becoming a doctor really is your calling.
Who's this?
Mr. Eldon?
Ah, yeah, he's alive, this guy.
Dr. Jude! Hey, good news. You're in the clear.
Yeah, hey!
Between Gillen's betrayal and the Exodus situation, no one cares about your charges anymore. When everything calms down, they may want you to come in and answer some questions, but it won't be a big deal.
But there are still wanted posters everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We haven't had time to take him down
That
yet.
might move along that
Well,
quest
that's still great news.
about the wanted posters.
Right, dude?
Yeah. I've been meaning to ask you, Doc. What happened to that tall guy who was with you before?
Alvin?
You know, the one who knocked me down on the pier.
You mean Alvin? He's... well...
I knew that had to be Alvin.
You know him?
Not personally, but my wife and I used to be close to the woman he lived with. Her name was Mink.
Mink?
She's a real beauty. She wears glasses and...
Yeah, the cat lady. Prissa.
Do you mean
Yeah, Mink,
Pressa?
that's kind of like cat related.
I'm sure Mink wasn't her real name. That's why I wanted to talk to Alvin, you see. To make sure he knew her real identity.
What do you mean?
We received some intel that said she was actually a spy. One of the rats.
What's that?
They're spies from one of the Azul clans.
Exactly. Mink made friends with a lot of Rashigal nobles and military officers and pumped them for secrets.
Watch out for the words you're using.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for my appointment.
I knew what you meant, but I couldn't help it interpret it in some other way.
If Pressa didn't want him to know, then I don't think we should tell him. I mean, if even Alvin couldn't figure it out, she must have really wanted that secret kept.
Tales of School, Part 2.
I wonder what school's like.
I bet you want to go to school too, huh? Don't worry. As soon as we find a nice, safe place for you to live, you can start going.
I don't want to go.
Oh? May I ask why?
Because if I bring Tipo to school, won't they get mad at me?
You needn't worry about that. I'll ask them to let Tipo go too.
I can go too?
Sure. Leia used to take dogs and cats to school with her.
Then I do want to go.
Why didn't you tell us sooner?
I hope we'll be able to send Elise to school soon.
Indeed. And I'd like to see you continue your education as well. Mark my words, Jude. One of these days, life will return to normal.
Yeah, I guess it will.
Revisiting Nia Kara. Oh, why? I'm gonna have to go back there too?
You sure you don't need to stop by Nia Kara for anything?
Actually, it has been a while since I've shown my face around town. I wouldn't mind seeing how everyone's doing.
Well, when we have a chance, let's make the trip.
Labar and Hollow?
What is it?
Do you think we could go back to the booster research lab?
You mean go back to Labari?
It's
Hollow?
Labari?
Why
I
would
always
you want to go there?
read Labar.
Oh, of course. If that's where you grew up, you might remember something about your past. I'm sorry. I know we don't have
I
much
should
time.
write all that down because by tomorrow I'll have forgotten.
Besides, maybe you'll remember something that inspires you to new heights.
That's certainly a possibility. Let's try to get back to Labari Hollow.
Okay. Labari Hollow. And Nia Kara and...
When I see the lights in Fenmont, I can't help but miss how bright Laronde is.
I know exactly what you mean.
Charlton to go see Drizzle. Okay. Cutscene.
Prin, I'm glad to see you're still here.
By all rights, I shouldn't be. Not after I betrayed Rashigal to its enemy. But with the world as it is now, we're getting scores of injured patients every day. At the very least, I wanted to fulfill my obligations as a nurse.
That is truly admirable. Fortunately, conflicts between the nations of Riza Maxia are the last thing on anyone's mind now.
Yeah, especially now that Gaius is running Rashigal too.
Yes, I talked to King Gaius myself recently. He told me that Miss Nadia was dead.
So you knew?
Yes. He was kind enough to tell me personally. I was shocked that he even knew I was Lady Nadia's lowly servant.
That is most impressive.
I'm sorry, Prin. I wish we could have done more to save her.
You don't need to say that. To be honest, It was painful seeing Miss Nadia filled with such contempt. I know this may sound horrible for me to say this, but part of me is glad to know she's finally freed from her hatred, even if it's
crap.
Through death. I've seen her truly smile when she held Bobo. Seeing that made her usual misery all the harder to bear. Prin, I'm sorry. It's never easy, is it?
Okay. Now. Yeah, I was thinking of going back to Cambalar because I'm not that sure that I did everything that could be done. Right, the other things I've got them written down, so I know I won't forget. Yeah, you need to speak to that guy. Because I spoke to Wingull in front of the shrine, but I'm not sure if this is the thing that had something to do with the ruler of... current ruler of that town.
You gotta be kidding me! I'm just charging what I gotta charge to stay in business!
Hey, things are tough for everyone. We can't afford to pay these prices.
Hey, let's all calm down.
What? You're taking the soldier's side? I can't believe this. Stop it.
Carla!
Hey, I know you. You're close with His Highness.
Close is not the right word. She hates his guts.
What exactly is your connection to Gaius?
He just summons me here sometimes, that's all. I heard he was away, so I came to see if everything was
Oh,
all
was
right.
it Noctigal that she hates? I can't remember who it is exactly.
I'm afraid so. With King Gaius and the Chimeriad gone, the domestic stability of Aljul is beginning to unravel. But I still can't believe that things have regressed this far, this quickly. It's simply pathetic.
Is it that bad?
Clearly, the weak must be tended to, constantly, or they'll disrupt everything. I guess it's too much to ask for everyone to grow strong. It's hopeless.
Hold on. Maybe they'll never know what it's like to be as strong as Gaius. But that doesn't make them hopeless.
How can you deny it? You see what's happening here. My brother Erston sacrificed his family for these people, and this is what happens?
Wait, what?
You're Gaius's sister?
Ah.
Yes, you wanted to know Gaius's real name? It's Erston Outway. I believe that my brother forged his philosophy partly as a way to atone for what he did to me. That's why he wanted to be the king. And because of that, I thought I could forgive him. But looking at this, I don't know anymore. If this is what his efforts amounted to, then give me my brother back!
Hey, come on. If the guard's undermanned, I can help out. I know my way around a sword. But only official soldiers are allowed to fight.
Hey, it's obvious we're gonna need some help to get through this.
Listen, I'll talk to the other unions about the skyrocketing food prices.
But if this situation drags on, things will only get worse.
That doesn't mean you can't do anything about it.
The boy is right. Forget about what we can't do and let's focus on what we can.
Jude. I hate to say it, but I think we have to face the facts. Everything King Gaius did was for naught.
Are you sure about that?
Lady Carla, we may not be the kind of people that King Gaius would consider strong.
But that doesn't mean we can't do for ourselves the same things that he's always done for us.
I want to know that I've done everything that I can, so I can hold my head high when King Gaius returns.
Unless we kill him first.
Thank you, all of
He's
you.
our enemy. Okay, so...
If the news of my identity spreads, it will only make trouble for King Gaius. We'll probably never see each other again, but I'm glad I was able
And
to
so that
meet
brings her quest line to a close.
I suppose we should be going ourselves.
Jude, seeing you follow your own path has helped me erase any doubts I had about mine. Maybe that's the same thing Gaius felt when he first met you.
Okay, well, I'll stop here then. Let us save. Yeah, up there. I was thinking of checking the inside of the palace next anyway to see if we can find anything in there. But we'll do it tomorrow, and then I'll do the 3 things down here. I'll try to continue the story. I might be done with this, with the at least the main story. And if there are any leftover side quests that I feel like doing, I may do them the day after tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see when the time comes. Anyway, take care, people. I shall be back tomorrow then, and take care of yourselves until then. Bye bye. See ya. Thank you for watching. See ya, Panda. Bye bye.